I hear. Do you have starting up music?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, look
And we're
at
live.
We're live? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I'm just like ducking.
Okay, just took its sweet ass time to notify me. There we go.
Well, I just tagged you. But hi, everybody.
Hello. Hello, world.
Hello, world. And I can't wait to hear your recap, Elle. I cannot wait.
Oh, that feels cruel.
Well,
somehow.
no, they put in chat that they're going to. They're going. I'll catch up. I have to give my notes recap somehow.
Yeah. I do love that the magical Mr. Fox has like come over to your stream.
Oh my gosh! Thank you for subscribing.
I've streamed for an embarrassingly long amount of time for how small my audience is. You know, how old's my son? 12 years. And to like do a thing where you're like, hey, we have this show on this channel, because consistency is king in streaming. It truly is. It's all about consistency. Streaming the same game the same time it's key. And to actually be like, hey, we got to stream on this channel instead, and have audience actually go over there is huge. Peachy showing up again, the superior Minecrafter, as far as I recall. But it's a yeah, the deadpan. I just get the stare down from Shelly.
What? But hi, hello.
She's gonna craft you into a mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, just draw penises all over my face on the overlay, and I would just enjoy that. I can't stop.
Andrew likes penises on his face.
There you go, everyone.
God.
So, good evening.
How about them vampires?
I can see. I stream a consistently great story.
We do this just for you, Charles.
That means at this point. So Steinbeck said, you know, one of the rules of writing is know your audience. And Steinbeck actually narrowed it down and said, write your story for one person. Like when they say know your audience, like just think of a person and write the story for them. And at this point, I think it's becoming writing the story for Charles. I would also like put out Studio Ghibli. What's his name?
Miyazaki.
Hayao Miyazaki. He was once asked pretty famously, why do you always tell stories about magic little girls? and he said, when you write a story about something specific, you find your audience. If you write a story to find your audience, you find nobody. And so like he was like when you write a story about something specific, I butchered the quote, but it just reminds me in my art to like kind of like stick to my guns and do what I do. Which I point out the recap of last week. I feel like I dropped the ball. I had this big brained idea, you know, and it is a storyteller's job above all things to engage the players and facilitate fun. And I don't know that I did that. However, holy shit, Foxfire. Thank you for the lurk, Charlotte. Miss you, by the way. Like, more than you know. I kind of miss you an embarrassing amount for internet friends. I think we're real friends, you know. Like, if you showed up at my door and like, hey, Andrew, I need someplace to crash with my fam, I'd totally help you out. But yeah, miss you, Charlotte. The Prince of Milwaukee, everybody lurking in chat.
Me wacky royalty. All right.
Yeah. You are
my
before
liege.
Yeah.
Already cooler than PB&J.
Yeah. I'm just saying, Foxfire hasn't lurked in. Foxfire hasn't lurked in my chat lately. So apparently we just need to stream on your channel instead, Shelly.
No, don't put that pressure on me.
See, that's what I like, is the pressure's off me. But I just wanted to just kind of say is like, I feel like I kind of dropped the ball a little bit last week, but I had this like big idea, and I sort of like off stream apologized to the coterie, and I asked them to like have patience with what I did last week. There's always a calm before the storm. There's always there's always that like Hot Springs episode, or there's that moment where you're like, how does this? David Lynch, I already did my like big David Lynch speech 2 weeks ago or 2 episodes ago. David Lynch is like one of my biggest, David Lynch is like one of my biggest influences and kind of has been forever, like literally a child sitting on my grandma's lap watching Twin Peaks, right? Like that's it like he infected me. and now I'm passing on that to all of you. You're welcome. Holy shit, Fluke's showing up too. Damn. How's it going, Flukes? Wait, which Flukes? Scottish Flukes or Canadian Flukes? It's been so long. I think Fluke Skywalker is Canadian Flukes.
Okay.
So anyway, so I wanted patience, and so what happened last week is the coterie sort of mid-adventure with something else ended up in like basically possessing the bodies of this ska band, because ska isn't rock. This ska band in another reality where they're meth hates ska, like old school meme. Possessing this like rock band in this different reality where the execs were Robert and Ada, with attending the funeral of a deceased. I almost called him Zolo.
Zoran, yes.
Of a deceased Zoran. Whilst Joshua, Sam 2, opined about how it sucks spending so much of your life defined by someone dying. And he had this deep lamentation about death, and it was sort of referenced that Sam 3, Damon. That's not confusing, by the way, because we did have another coterie member named Damon for a minute there. Sam 3, Damon had passed years prior, and that sort of is what set him on his path to become a bouncer in the first place and all this stuff. And it was really just like sort of this like, if it were a film, the whole thing would have been shot in like weird monochrome. Not even monochrome. It would have been like shot where like desaturated colors and like everything like just looked wrong and off, like maybe even like a Technicolor where like they shot it in black and white and went in and like, drew it in and, colored it that way. It would have just been shot completely different. It's one of those things like in my mind, it played out a certain way. And then in the game, I don't think it played out how I had seen it in my mind's eye. And I think that happens as a storyteller from time to time. So I'm no longer apologizing for it because in my head, it was way cool. However, it ended with us finally seeing what Ashley had sort of allowed the Static Man to sort of help her draw on the bricks of the basement of William's old manse, right? and we saw this sort of like, obviously like the classic sort of like intense like ruins and sigils all around, and a lot of the characters looked sort of like waves and stuff like that, like sort of like perhaps waveforms. See, that's cool because waveforms and static. Anyway, that's so cool. You have no idea. Sorry. Yeah, like abrupt and fractured waveforms, and at the center were 4 coffins, like almost like hieroglyphs, where these like 4 coffins arranged, and each of the coterie members, including Jaq, and like Ashley didn't quite. Ashley, you need to flip that. You can't have player name first and character name second. I need. That throws me off. Sorry. And it was, you had these sort of like gaunt caricatures of all 4 of the coterie members, including Elle. And then at the very, very center was this sort of like void, this spiral that was pulling everything in. And it's all inked in blood, right? And super metal. And I wish you could be there and seen it all. And at the mention of blood, who would like to read this evening's content warning?
I got it. Just a sec.
Hell yeah.
How was that recap?
That was a great recap. I love it.
Recappy. Yeah.
I missed the recap. Was almost better than the adventure, because it synced it all up without my. Yeah, I missed you too, Flukes.
Also, Statty got a hold of the video.
Why not?
So, Statty.
I'm sorry, what?
Statty got a hold of the video. Yeah, Statty ruined the video last week.
Yes, Statty did, and I think that also kind of like threw off the tempo of the. You couldn't really like settle in and get into the. Yeah. So.
All right. Ahem. The following show takes place in the world of darkness and explores narratives of personal horror. This story is a work of fiction, or is it? And is not official World of Darkness material. Many of the themes are portrayed from a place of empathy, but may be uncomfortable to some listeners. Episodes may contain coarse language, get fucked, sexual content, see previous, mental and emotional abuse, violence, mental illness, and blood. Viewer discretion is advised. Portions of the materials are the copyrights and trademarks of Paradox Interactive AB and are used with permission. Thanks, guys. All rights reserved. For information, please visit worldofdarkness.com. Thank you for watching Endless Elegy. We hope you've enjoyed the story thus far and invite you to like, follow, and subscribe on Twitch or follow your favorite player. That's me, I know. By doing this, you'll help support the show and get updates when our next episode goes live. If you'd like to be part of our community, you can follow us on Twitter and join our Discord, also Bluesky, because fuck Twitter. All links in the show notes. Let's go.
So I just got to address Chat Gang here, because Chat Gang is a state of mind. It's not just my, chat on my channel.
They're travelers. They do whatever they want.
Yeah, Chat Gang is that's the power of community. Flukes, I have missed streaming. I sincerely have, and I realized that I probably need to bring Rantcast back because I have all the thoughts and I want everyone to hear them simultaneously, like all at once. So I probably just need to just rant again a bunch, and that would probably fulfill my social needs as a human being. And so yeah, I probably just need to do that. I keep thinking it's going to come back in a slightly different form where I drop the pretense of Warhammer just a little bit, but I don't want to alienate like my core audience. Like, but the true Chat Gang always knew that like Warhammer was a pretense and the true show was about like whatever, like that second hour was, about. Like Warhammer was the pretense, this false pretense, and then it was just an excuse to talk to people about philosophy or current events or whatever was on my mind, right? Like that was always the show because we indulged the rabbit holes and the tangents. That's why we called Rantcast. And by the way, Lewis Black owes me money because I had the name first. Yeah, so I keep wanting to bring it back, and I had kind of like a false start at the like end of last year with just rant. The Croad will follow
Crowd.
The crowd. Oh, will follow if you talk Warhammer or not.
Also the crows, but yeah.
Yeah, crows are dope, by the way. Yeah. So I just maybe Rantcast needs to come back, and I think it got difficult for me to keep booking Rantcast and keep finding topics about Warhammer because I've never been one for like forced like emotional responses to things, and you see these like content creators who have a topic like that, and it's like you have to like hype every single release when it's just like, oh yeah, they showed a gun. Let's make a 2-hour episode out of them showing a gun. And made out of plastic. It was so hard for me, and I never ever dove into my content that way to begin with. But it took a tax on me to always schedule that stuff all the time, and so maybe I drop the pretense and just come back with whatever's. You know what grinds my gears? What was that from? But yeah, come back with that. I do have a secret project, but that's like a whole different YouTube channel and stuff. That's been taking up some of my time. That takes like research and stuff, which I don't like. Rantcast, anyway. I didn't mean to like hijack this with Rantcast, but Fluke, seeing as you showed up, I just had to address the direct conversation at me. So appreciate you, Flukes. I miss you too. And I do have a fantastic voice. Thank you. So we got our recap out the way. By the way, last week started with a really awesome tone setter of the talking about the driving through the city and the lonely windows and stuff. And March, April. Wow, look at you with the hotkeys and stuff, the chat commands.
Playing Avenger right now.
I think where we left off is, Ashley is in a stupor, I'm assuming. Yeah.
So Ashley is staring at the wall, and that's actually where I wanted to pick up
we're flashing
tonight.
Yeah.
But before I do that, I just want to make sure that we've dealt with everything else. Like
Mm-hmm.
Did I leave anything else in the? Oh, I know what I wanted to say. So my birthday is in April. It's the beginning of April. And one of my big things is I want to gear up to coming back in full in April. It might be like 2 or 3 times a week, which is in full when you are staring down the barrel of 40. And you have a family.
Kids and a full-time job. Yeah.
Yeah, and all that stuff. I want to gear up to that, and I'm going to do it by doing a fundraiser for Jaq, for L. So that's how I'm coming back. That'll be on my channel. I don't want to hijack Shelly's stuff because Shelly's got like all kinds of awesome shit going on. But Jaq has a very good reason. Elle has a very great reason for not being here this evening. It's their personal shit, so I ain't gonna talk about it. But the point is, I'm gonna try to raise them a bunch of money because I'm good at fundraisers, and I'm just gonna fucking do that shit, and no one can stop me. And that'll be over on my channel, and that'll lead into my birthday. Usually for my birthday stream, I do something for myself, like replace a chair or like get RAM sticks for my computer, or shit like that. Headphones. I do need headphones. But this year I'm going to do something a little bit different and try to get a gift for somebody else because that's an awesome birthday present too. So yeah, that's it. Shelly, you need like a hand gesture to stop me, by the way. So I'm sorry if I did go out of bounds.
I was waiting for the
I'm sorry if I went out of bounds there. On your channel. I just kind of treated it like, I don't know, like it was Tuesday, like I was just streaming per usual on my channel. And
while you're talking, I'll just do that.
This is pretty great. Whilst I'm on it, Shelly's got a new podcast that's actually been like kind of smashing it. Check that shit out. Click the links and stuff. Remember, follows are free. You can just go to the thing and like follow it and like give it something. They're fucking free. You don't have to pay any money to support someone who's awesome. It would be cool if you listen to the podcast, but you don't even really have to do that to just like support it. And then if you really feeling saucy, you listen to the thing and then you rate it 5 stars or 5 dingoes or whatever the fuck.
Use your phone and then rate it 5 stars.
Yeah, whatever the thing is, like 5 dingoes or 5 fangs or whatever.
Baby dingoes,
yeah, 5 baby dingoes, whatever the streaming platform is. And I'm sure she'll have all the links in the down there part. Fuck you! I call it down there part on your stream. Get at me, Shelly. You can't.
This is going up on your YouTube, my dude. You're the one rambling. I don't give a damn.
No, right. So yeah, 5 gorditas. Ooh, 5 gorditas, tasty. So now that I've rambled, now that I've totally shot myself in the foot for any mood setting of some potentially spooky emotional damage I wish to inflict this evening, I just want you all to shorthand it for me. There will be emotional damage.
Mm-hmm.
Emotional damage.
See, look, shorthand. It's a short little.
There. See, I could tell, like, I could read a poem I wrote, you know. I could spend a lot of time talking about the
You
lonely
can do
windows.
whatever you want to do, homie. This is going on your channel.
Somehow accidentally taking pot shots at Michael, which I didn't realize I was doing last week. But I just.
It's kind of funny once I realized you were doing it.
It was an accident. I was just kind of like going through like sort of like an archetypical somebody like struggling post-college individual in late stage capitalism, which I think it is actually like a heinously wide net. There was some of me infused in that too, and
it's all of us.
It's all of us.
It's all of us.
And I guess that's where we'll begin. It's all of us, right? All of us have heard something, a story, a song. For me, it was a Thursday Night in the Danger Room by just recently. I mean, tons of artists affected me, like David Lynch I mentioned. Thursday Night in the Danger Room by Run the Jewels literally altered how I talk to humans on the internet, which is a mighty big change. That Killer Mike could have this massive capacity for. He's got a line, like he goes into this. He tells this narrative about somebody killing his friend when he's younger, and near the end of the verse he says, I know that you're listening, so I'd like to tell you in song, like the streets were a jungle, I can't remember all of it, I hope that you righted your wrongs. And like he basically says, like, he basically finds this like capacity for forgiveness and hoping that this person has changed, that murdered and orphaned his friend's daughter, like murdered him and orphaned his friend's daughter. It's kind of like this fantastic song. And prior to that, LP's got this really esoteric thing, and I think that's appropriate to the sort of meta of this game. But I also think to everybody, you've had a piece of art touch you. You've had art make you angry, right? Like there's so much to be pissed off about right now. Somebody's probably made a great piece of art to help you get angry. Right now there's some fantastic memes of Kendrick Lamar just smiling, basically, right? But what we don't talk about is the art that makes you afraid. You've got something in your head, something that hit you when you were young, right? That got in you. That it's probably trivial. Maybe you saw a movie that if you watched it as an adult, you would just totally laugh it off as campy and silly. But it got in you when you were a kid, and so even when you watch it as an adult, even though you see it as an adult and recognize the camp, it still terrifies you. For instance, The Labyrinth. I'm not going to say I was haunted by David Bowie's Massive Package as the Goblin King, but that trash scene where she's like stuck with the trash lady still freaks me out to this day. Artax will never not make you cry. Yeah, Artax dying. Stand by My Girl, right? When he dies from the bees.
Macaulay.
Yep. And he was just trying to get her a present or something. I don't remember. I've the psychic damage you take from art is very real. Now that's in our reality. Imagine a world where the creatures that go bump in the night are truly and sincerely real. Imagine a world where all of humanity is in one form or another prey or victims to something unfathomable. Imagine a world of darkness. And now imagine something even beyond all that, like the root of darkness, the core of it all, the deep unknown, trying to haunt the monsters. And now imagine Ashley Dame staring at a wall where she deliberately channeled the old ways. You're killing them all.
What are you talking about? What is this?
I'd say it's one of many possibilities, but truth be told, the moment you embraced me, it became an inevitability.
Who am I killing? What are you talking about? It's.
I mean, I'd love to pin. I'd love to pin so many other deaths on you. There's some interesting ones rattling around up here. Brother? Husband? A familiar? But those were just part of the dame's special. That's just the stuff you naturally invite. But when you invited me in, you killed the rest.
No, no, no. And she kind of looks down at her hands, at the blood that's just probably caked on there.
Yeah, it's
After-
even sort of gone coagulated already. You know, it's not like when you were alive. You can control your vitae and stuff like that, but this painting has gone on for so long to do this. I mean, you're talking like day sleep imminent. You know, there's just layers of coagulated and dried, just almost fetid blood, and the fresher stuff is sitting there. By the way, add 1 hunger for the amount of vitae you've spilled here. You're staring at it. Continue.
You cannot control me.
I don't have to control you, Ms. Bane. One way or another, I'll all serve the great. Well, the story in the end. Their deaths will serve it.
And what is it? She just looks at the picture on the painting on the wall.
You see at the middle. What do you think it is?
The end of all life?
Oh no, so much worse. The end of all life can motivate, it can inspire, it can change. No, Miss Dame, that's far worse. That is a great nothing.
Oblivion.
I didn't say oblivion, I said nothing.
What's the
Period
difference?
at the end of the sentence. A period at the end of the sentence. A story unwrit. A canvas gone blank. A cursor blinking on a screen with no words to follow. A quiet dinner with the friends and family.
This is why she went mad. Mortals can't. They can't. They can't capture nothing. They can't understand it.
I once touched a poet in your world. Bukowski, I believe his name was. He said, some men never have the good fortune to go crazy. And I pity them. Your the kind of your world. When faced with this kind of nothing, go crazy. Just fill in the blanks. Left in isolation on a mountaintop in the middle of nowhere. You've heard the stories. Can you imagine what nothing does to monsters?
That's why they caged you. Expelled you.
Oh, I'm not nothing.
I'm not saying you're nothing. I'm saying you're a herald of nothing. And they don't like it when people talk about the end.
Oh, I can't disagree with any of that now, can I? You're starting to put it together, Miss Thane. JW, the artist. She was special. She had already faced monsters, seen the worst. I think the shotgun fanatic, would understand something about that. But I thought I could stretch her.
But she's mortal.
Just understand something like me, you're all blips. Barely register. If a dove were to fly over Mars, your planet, Mars, the red one, and flick a little bit of sand away with its wing each time a dove passed. The span of time it would take that dove to erode Mars into nothing is a blink of an eye for something like me. Understand how small you, the other fiends like you, are to me.
When he says how small you are, Ashley grits her teeth, kind of holds her jaw stiff, because that is something that William would say to her constantly while she was tortured.
Did I say something?
You just fucked up.
Oh no. And what will you do to me? Nothing.
When I'm done with you, you would hope you would be nothing. That you would be that blinking cursor on a screen, the period at the end of a sentence. You would hope that you would be embraced by your nothingness. When I'm done with you, you're going to regret everything that you've ever been and what you wanted to be. Now get the fuck out of my mind.
You You invited me in. We had an accord.
And I'm closing the door. And at that, she remembers that feeling of putting on mind mask in that other world and just shuts it. Like iron claws the door.
You find yourself in a basement. Not too dissimilar from this one, but it's like the ceilings are smaller. The brick is of a completely different, like, sort of mineral set and stuff like that. It's so in America, we tend to make old basements out of the raw materials that are around us. You know, limestone, clay, stuff like that. So were you to find yourself in, say, France, the brick of an old basement would just be a little bit different color, a little bit different hue, have a different musk to it.
By the way, I don't get hungrier.
Good. And the basement is filled with that same, like, wispy laughter of the Static Man as you find yourself here. You have this bloody stiletto in your hand. And you hear William's voice. Hell of a anniversary present, darling, don't you think? I'm not talking about the blade, of course. I'm talking about the trollop on the slab. And the trollop on the slab, of course, in traditional horror fashion, is yourself. A young version of yourself, like pre-embrace version, staring at you with sort of these milky, terrified eyes. And from there, we're going to bounce on over to Rory.
Hey, just hanging out with my guys.
So I'm thinking, where would Rory have gone in the last, like, few hours?
I mean, I've been
making sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, chilling with Josh and Damon, making sure that they're okay. And supposedly Sasha's on her way with some new guy, which is fucking stupid, but
all right. We'll address that in a second. I don't like the coterie being this split up. So in a few hours, Sasha would have gotten there, right? And
right? Yeah.
Spinning on track.
Oh no, we did the cologne thing first. We got to resolve that, don't we?
Cologne, yeah.
Bro.
So in service of helping a coterie member who's not here, not be here, Jaq, slightly prior to the cologne incident, will have been like, I do got this other package to deliver, address I can look you up at. I tried my best.
That turned Russian real quick.
True.
All accents
So
turn
true.
Russian for me.
Before they go, Sasha gives them a phone number. Like she puts her phone number on their phone or something. They exchange information. Just like, text messages, please. I'm not a phone call kind of person. And then she leaves it at that.
All right. Yeah. So Jaq actually has to go out the back door on this occasion for reasons, and is accompanied by Mercy. Mercy's like the other parcel is this way. And you see Mercy, and this is an total Easter egg, by the way. You see Mercy retrieve a it's obviously like a picture frame sized or big mirror sized sort of thing wrapped in like brown, paper and stuff like that. Like helping Jaq sort of like take it off.
Can I tell if it's art or anything art
It
related?
is definitely art. Like this is totally like you can tell from the contours of like how the paper like presses into the frame. It's like an ornate older frame, like it's got that like contour to it and stuff like that, and you can just tell. Yeah, you can tell from like the fact that it's actually like a waxed brown paper, which would make it water resistant, right? You can tell from like the fact that it's this like waxed brown paper and how it's like used was this like an what is it, 55 plus mask paper, masking tape. It would have a feel.
Have you ever had a thought when you're playing a TTRPG that has nothing to do with anything relevant? It's simply just this is the most chaotic. No, this is the most chaotic thing you could do right now. There's no reason.
Look at that box in the corner right now. God damn it.
No, like, hey, like my brain's like, hey, Anne, here's the most chaotic thing you could attempt right now for no reason.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
or you could rendezvous with the coterie.
I could just do that. That was the plan originally.
Keep going on tangents. It's fine. I'm fine with this. I'm not.
Okay, I don't know for sure if it's art because it's wrapped, right? So I'm just gonna move on.
It's art. I mean, it's either a ornate like mirror or an ornate piece of art. Like it's
Art's
again, it's pretty obvious. It's like either a mirror or art. But like, yeah, like there's just there's things that are rectangular size, about the size of somebody's torso, wrapped in that brown paper. Like it's. Yeah,
there's absolutely no reason for me to attempt this. I'm not going to do it, but I had an idea. I will figure it out later.
Thank
okay,
you.
I'm gonna.
Can I just tell you if you need to know what it is? It's another Lilith painting. It's a little bit of an Easter egg.
No, it's just because I got this cool new power and I wanted to do stuff with it, but I was like, it doesn't even work that way technically, and sorry, my brain just went in a tangent.
Okay. So this happens slightly before the cologne smell, just so we can get Jaq out of to not be an autopilot in the scene and rendezvous with the coterie a little bit later. So, they have to deliver one of these Lilith paintings, which is for those of you who have watched previous seasons of the Endless Elegy, there's always a Lilith painting. Multiple, in fact. There's a series of them. There's a series of 13 because, of course, there's 13 of them. And
so technically, magnum opus, you have to have made the art yourself from scratch to imbue it with your power. But
yes,
is there a way for me to project my presence onto a pre-existing painting? Would you allow it?
No, unless you like smeared it with your blood. If you like, if you like defaced it with your blood, I'd probably allow you to do some shit.
No,
like a limited
Sasha wouldn't actually do that.
Cool, because this is like probably like good art. Antediluvian art or some shit.
Yeah. True. Ancient art.
There's a familiar scent of cologne. And the door jangles open. And we see not Zolo. Why do I keep wanting to call him Jolo?
Zorin.
Ren is Jolo, not Zorin. Zorin, we already looked at art of him, and he looks not the same. It's just I'm going through Ren withdrawal, I think is what's going on.
Monday. Show up on Monday.
Finally, yes. So Zorin enters.
I smell him before I see him. Sorry, that made me laugh. Okay.
Familiar cologne, your kindred. I wanted a teaser that was for the episode
No,
where we
it's
left
great.
off on. That was, and Dante eyes him just like it's this sort of a say almost like a bored expectancy. Just kind of like a He gets up from the table and walks behind the bar, where the barkeep has been missing for like since the last conversation, like a proper I want to say ghoul because he's not ghouled, but proper mortal on the take. He knows to have plausible deniability and not be around during kindred business. So Dante goes behind, and you see him sort of idly pour whiskey, neat, a Macallan 20-year, pretty decent whiskey, and he sort of sniffs it. And you can almost in that moment hear his thoughts, fuck this cologne. And he's like smelling the whiskey to get rid of the cologne.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Am I spotted at all as he enters, or because
he's walking
I would like
toward you.
Oh, toward me.
Yeah. Dante goes behind the bar because this person is coming over toward you, and he just he kind of looks at him with this sort of like bored expectancy, like all right, let's see how this pans out, and he goes behind the bar. You'll note his guitar case is open with the guitar sitting on it on the stage. So you've got the bar, we'll just make it simple, is on the left flank. You're kind of in the center, and then the stage is at the back with his guitar kind of centered on it for no reason.
Do I get any vibes off of him without reading too deeply? Is this hostile? Is he coming at me?
There's an aggressive energy there, but it's not directed at you. It's not it's his whitey silver overcoat, long coat. It's more of a 3/4 coat. It doesn't go all the way down to it comes up above the knee. You see just the tiniest hints of a mist spray of blood on around the lapel. Considering how many people he just murdered, that's actually really impressive. Dante would have 0 blood, by the way.
Sasha would be covered in it and enjoy it.
Yeah, y'all be carrying.
I think she just looks at him with this smile and a very kind of subtle licking of her lips, and she's
you remember he just assaulted your coterie home, right? And stole all your Nosferatu, and
yep,
you remember
that.
This. Okay, this isn't that Zoran. Okay, but we're still going with the
no. This is. I don't think Sasha actually brought any guns, so if she's literally going to fight, it'll be her own, it'll be her own guns, the ones she's packing in her arms. So she smiles. She smiles at him and attempts to flirt her way through this.
Nice.
And just smiles and licks her lips.
Looks over barkeep. I had this solo voice. He's pretty gravelly. Barkeep. That was my voice cracking, by the way. That wasn't me. Oh, barkeep. Something stiff. Dante just kind of barkeep, and he just you can see a bemusement to Dante as he just goes over to and just grabs a bottle off and just sets it between you two and just goes over and continues to like clean up the bar. He goes back and just starts cleaning up.
To what do I owe this pleasure?
A warning.
Mm.
I feel like given our past, I owed it to you.
Sorry, I'm trying to focus.
I'm trying
really
to
hard.
give you what you want, what you crave, which is RP and violence.
No, I know. I have.
This is my penance for last week because you were so bored, and here you are.
No. I have no
trying
idea
to like
what to
cause chaos, steal a Lilith painting from Mercy, like not reconvene with the coterie finally.
Look, you put this distraction in front of me. I really was gonna go.
This is on purpose. This part is penance.
No, okay. It's interesting that you would come here to give me a warning. This isn't typically where I hang out.
Neutral territory. Sorry. I was in a construction site with dust particles everywhere. So my voice. Neutral territory. That's not Elysium.
Okay.
Isabella extended some grace, but not that. He seems to hold something in. Like he stops at the Isabel extended, and then he just.
Well. Don't hold back now. You went through all this trouble. You can trust me.
You know damn well I can't. You had me exiled. It'd be logical that somebody exiled by another would hold a grudge. Lucky for you, I still have enough fondness for you to.
I wasn't the one who had you exiled. You know that. That had nothing to do with me.
The masquerade breacher, I stopped from getting their head lopped off. Had nothing to do with you, huh? Sorry.
Well, you make it act like I intentionally did that to get you exiled. That is not the way it went down. You made choices.
You didn't. You made choices too. Let your hunger get the best of you. Ignored some of my wisdom.
And you're telling me you've never made...
I'm going to find... I'm only going to feed off the blood of a suicidal mortal, so it's the most consensual possible. Like, you knew damn well. I told you.
I've made some choices when I was younger. We're not perfect. No one is. If you're going to hold that against me, I'll have you know.
Yes, I meant Annabelle, not Isabel. Sorry. Go on ahead.
Consensualism's dead now. Look. I haven't done the consensuous thing in weeks now, months. And if you think kindred can't evolve past their younger versions, then that's your problem, not mine. But you're here now, right? So the exile must not be a problem anymore. Someone must have been looking out for you.
I'm trying to read chat, and like anytime I scroll back up, it bounces back down, so I can't read it. Okay. I've confused myself. It's Annabelle, right? It's Annabelle?
It's Annabelle.
It's Annabelle.
It's Annabelle. I got confused too. I was like, who the fuck's Isabel?
Seems to be determined.
You play Baldur's Gate?
Sorry.
My exile have been altered.
So what's the problem here?
The problem is I don't want you to get in my way.
Depends what you plan on doing.
Right. And if it's not you, it's that Rory bloke.
What about him?
He strikes me as the meddlesome sort. And a poor replacement.
He isn't a replacement.
Tell yourself that. Gravitate towards the next kindred who protects you from yourself.
You got exiled. He didn't. He must be doing a better job.
Breach any masquerade in his presence lately?
You know what? You got me there, but honestly,
Sort of,
what is it that you want?
like I said,
What is it that you're after? Why are you so afraid of me getting in your way?
like I said, I still have a fondness, I guess, a respect for our history.
Okay.
Your sire didn't exactly do a bang-up job with the traditions, did he?
I know the truth about my lineage now. Are you talking about the asshole that claimed to be my sire, or the asshole who left me to that asshole?
I guess both.
Well, one certainly did a better job of teaching me than the other. I've got some unfinished business with Ambrose Creed, so, you know, you want to team up for old time's sake, I could make his unlife, very miserable.
The next time you see me, don't get in my way. Don't stop me. Don't talk to me. Don't blow me a kiss.
Well, now that you're telling me not to, I might do it just because it'll get under your skin. And she has a shit-eating grin, and she is just fucking with him. Like, she doesn't remember Zoran being such an edgelord the way she remembers him. So now she's just straight up.
This is Dark Timeline edgelord Zoran. Like, this is different.
No, exactly. This isn't her Zoran. So now she's just like, you know, because he said not to, I might do it.
Look. Under your skin. Fun turn of phrase. I've been cordial with you. Respectful. I won't be so kind to your beau. But damn, it must suck being second. Second one under your skin. He has to know that everything you like, you learned that you liked it somewhere else.
Why bring Rory into all of this?
What's
your problem, really?
Me as meddling and he had the stone, but no stones to use it.
I would tell you to take it up with him, but
that won't be necessary. He doesn't get the warning that if he gets in my way, or he doesn't get the warning to stay out of my way. He just catches my blade if he ends up there. You hear, like, Dante's glass clank. He looks like just over. So bear in mind, you learned who Dante is through like total, like Deus Ex Machina powers. Chances are this guy doesn't, like, this version of Zoran doesn't know, and other people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is a whole different entity, because you told me he wasn't on 10, right? Like, he didn't. Like
Zoran's not on 10.
This dark timeline version. She just
and he wouldn't, and this dark timeline, Zoran wouldn't have told you about. He wouldn't know about the on 10-7 to.
No, so he wouldn't know at all. Okay. I think what Sasha does is she leans over and kind of does this thing where she leans over to whisper in his ear, and she says, "Warnings received. I'll pass the message along to Rory if that pleases you. But remember, it won't be him in the way. It'll be me. You're going to have to get through me first. And I'm not sure you're ready for that." And then she takes a step back and she says, "It's been nice seeing you. I have another appointment to get to this evening."
He just kind of nods. You have changed.
I do all my own fighting now.
Also good. He sort of takes the initiative as well and like turns and leaves. He throws some money on the table, like he throws some like cash on the table to pay for the thing, and like
he's leaving,
and like Dante just kind of like got this bemused look, you know, just like, all right, bro.
as he's when he turns around to leave, I would like to jump into his senses.
You would like to jump into what?
I would like to jump into his senses when he turns. Like as soon as
don't
he's
have my
turning
books.
away
Are you
from-
aware of somebody jumping into your senses? And also, does
Hold on, let me
does
look.
the mind shield block people?
What, mind mask or?
Yeah, mind mask.
I can let you know. Mind mask. The user rolls intelligence obfuscate, difficulty of 1 to 3 or more, depending on the sophistication of the ruse. They want to enact with 1 representing a simple masking of their emotional state, 3 and beyond for elaborate alternate personas, complete with false thoughts and memories. The margin, basically, it's the vampire can craft an illusion of a completely different persona, hiding their true thoughts and feelings to anyone who uses supernatural
All right, we'll just do an opposed. We'll just do a supernatural abilities. I'm sorry, what?
Supernatural abilities to read their mental state, aura, thoughts, or similar. Those who look into their mind see only what the user wants them to see, and only the most accomplished scryers, so those who probably have like a dominate or whatever,
we'll just opposed roll it,
can pierce this elaborate facade. So for mind mask, it is intelligence obfuscate, and then for the person who wants to read, it doesn't say.
It would be whatever their relevant ability is. So
yeah.
So you can go ahead and roll your relevant discipline.
Okay.
Well, it depends. It says difficulty of 1, 2, 3, or more, depending on what the ST proposes.
Yeah, no.
Well, we're gonna go opposed on this because you got to crack the. I keep wanting to call it mind shield.
All right.
Mind
I'm gonna. Okay, here we go. Hey, look, I'm making bad decisions. This is great. Okay, so that is resolve plus Auspex. I'd like to.
Hey, we needed some vampire drama. I had to make it up to Anne for how elderly
so I'm gonna.
she was in last week. You had to have her like
sorry, tiny brain
drama moment.
Tiny brain couldn't handle the big brain moment. Okay, so that's
Wait, what?
I got you. I did it.
Okay.
You're unmuted, Michael.
I got hungrier.
Okay.
So I activated the power. God damn it. That sucks. Okay.
Don't forget to search.
Oh boy. I am also surging. So this is gonna be fun. Okay. So that is 4 hunger. 9 dice.
Oh, good.
4 hunger. Boom.
Yeah, I thought about bringing my books for this go away, but I don't
it's
like
okay,
packing.
We got you.
Yeah, we got books.
Pardon me, sorry.
So this is interesting. So I got a possible messy critical, possible bestial failure, but 7 successes.
We'll be right back after these messages from our sponsor.
All right. Are we going?
Intermission, let's do it. It's a perfect time.
Oh boy. I may have made the worst decision, but also the best.
Huzzah! We love bad decisions.
I built my entire character around bad decisions. This is actually on brand, but I'm terrified.
It's been a minute, honestly. Like, I haven't given y'all a ton of wiggle room to make bad decisions. You know, that was my secret to running this chronicle for a minute. There is like, we got to remove the bad decision capacity from.
You remove half of Sasha's personality. That's
for a while there actually overtook the bad decisions. Not in like,
I know, I felt a little overshadowed.
In, like, amount, but definitely in volume.
Just in quality, not quantity.
Exactly.
Yeah, like
right.
That one bad decision trumped so many of Sasha's.
Yeah, like how, like the scope of how bad that one decision was.
Rory continues to be the beacon of intelligence and restraint.
I would hope so. You have like 4 intelligence, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of what's happening is directly Rory's fault, which we're about to learn about.
Listen, accidental vampire Jesus, not intentional.
Fuck. All right, let's resolve these ridiculous roles that I just did.
So share the senses is like you can sort of like mind meld over and back and stuff like that. You're like, you know, piloting or whatever.
Just want to know what he's not saying in that pretty little brain of his.
You don't read the mind per se, do you?
No, it says you can. What was the proper text
for what mind?
Why don't you read it for the audience?
No, it says
mind of a vampire can tap into the senses of another mortal or vampire, seeing, hearing, and feeling what they do.
I guess not emotional feeling, like feeling with your hands. Totally
physical feelings.
Physical feeling. I don't know.
So I can probably feel that.
I can my brain's like, what's he feeling? Hard, like
hard. Yeah.
I was going to say I could physically feel that if I jump in, right?
Rock.
Yeah, you could physically feel that.
Oh dear.
Like how? I'm so sorry.
Whenever you said like
I mean,
a rock,
it's like a shotgun, really, if you think about it. So it's on brand.
Kitty up. Look, it's Valentine's Day.
Bad. I'll read the.
It's Valentine's Day where I live. It is February 14th, right this minute for me. And my goal this game is just to get Sasha laid. I don't care who's on the other side. If it's not, whether it's Zoran or Rory, let's fucking go. Someone's getting laid tonight.
Could be Josh.
I mean, look.
Dante exits out the back door. He's like way more into platonic relationships and stuff.
It's like, wait, I can't handle this tension. I'm out. Fuck this. Exit stage left.
Dante's doing that thing where he's going around and putting the chairs up on the table as you sort of meld yourself into a like blur of city lights and stuff. It's like that one Spice Girls video.
Yeah.
With the car lights are going really fast. There's a deep cut. And he arrives. I don't remember. I don't have my proper notebooks in any capacity. This is now like my 4th notebook here. So I do not remember what Annabelle's new club was called. He arrives at Annabelle's new club.
The spot?
The old one.
The spot was the old one.
Oh.
No. What?
Oh, hold on. I think I have it in my notes.
I can't find it in mine because my notes are garbage.
It's at the beginning of the season, so. Meeting PKJ.
The place now. I don't know.
The place.
Yeah.
Something about a stain. Parlaying. Goblins. Abigail. Fuck.
Just called a Lissy. Right. Put the nose right on it.
Oh
St. Mary's
no.
College. Mr. Whisper.
Wow, we're really going back in time.
Yeah, this is deep cut.
Shit.
Is it like
Nope.
different notebook?
It might
don't
be in a
think
different. It might be in the.
I think it's something I would have written down, so I'm not even going to try to decipher my notes.
Is this the right
It's
one?
in the previous notebook.
Nope, not this one. Fuck. Not that one.
I've got a name.
The club?
Whatever the
Club.
other names were. It's the first and the last.
The first and the last? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I just say that while Sasha has locked in on this, like, she's trying to do this thing, but, like, I think she attempts to leave and just casually says bye to Dante at this point. She's like, I gotta get the
Dante's
fuck out of here.
Up.
It's Club
and
Etna.
Etna? Oh, that's right. Etna, right?
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the insurance company.
In which case, a band is currently playing called The First and the Last.
Nice.
Yeah.
Are they a
dope
ska
band name,
band?
by the way. Like, that's actually not
it's
a
Are
ska
they
band.
a
it's kids.
goth band?
They're totally like whatever the modern goth is. Like, I'm like a KMFDM. Like, my goth era is way detached from whatever neo goth goes on. Like, you know, I was all about like the KMFDM and Bauhaus and like all that, like Skinny Puppy and Wumpscut and shit like that. So I don't know what new goth is about, but what basically like club goth, you know, like maybe some V&V Nation, you know, like shout out to V&V Nation, by the way, great band.
C&C Music Factory.
My life is a thrill kill cult.
Good vibrations. Sorry. Sorry.
Get out, both of you. Marky Mark and Funky Bunch.
Like, I love that shit though. Don't judge me.
No, I'm not dissing it, but you're destroying the ambiance, okay? So The First and the Last is playing, and so this is like the kind of place where it actually has like this glass floor, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine a sort of like what if we took a church and modernized it? You know, like take like a old school, like really cool, like brick and mortar church, and like modernize it, like this glass floor and like a bunch of like techno, like mumbo jumbo and aesthetics and stuff like that, and then have these like these like sheer drapes sort of like throughout the place, so you're kind of moving through like these drapes, and obviously there's smoke and fog machines and tons of laser lights and stuff like that. So whereas the spot was kind of like Genera, it was one of her lower end. She threw into this, like, it's even from like, I think I described it previously, like it's evolved, like it's gone upscale from previous.
She took Ashley Dame's money, and
that was owed her.
Ashley said she would pay for it.
She did, and she did. She's true to her word. Which is why you don't currently have like a background flaw right now, where you have somebody after your ass directly or whatever via mechanics. So you saw this like sort of blur of like traffic lights and lonely windows and stuff like that, as Oren sort of celerity disastered the city and stepped through a couple shadows, by the way, and ends up in the club. And by the way, people who ask about vampires and clubs, for those of you playing the home game or wondering about VTM and stuff, why do vampires always like hang out at clubs and stuff like that? Is it just because Blade was an awesome movie? Perhaps. But also it's because it helps with the heightened senses. So vampires can have conversations and have a bunch of awesome music drowning out other supernaturals trying to listen in on their conversations. Also, and it would also in this case help with First Light and stuff, who would have directional microphones and things like that. So tons of blaring awesome music allows them to be, in plain sight, because when you're trying to be super sneaky, it looks super sneaky. It's suspicious. So you can, if you meet at a club, you can have a normal ass conversation for kindred. You can have a conversation, face to face and stuff like that, and plenty of prey. And when there's drinking involved, people blacking out is normal, and so it really is. It's not just a cliche from the movies and stuff. It really does check a ton of boxes of being logical for kindred to be at clubs. So you have this, and you have a theater in the round, which is really dope, like a stage at the center, really hard to pull off. And what has happened is there are mirrors, sort of like these sort of mirror pillars that have almost more of that like panoptic shape to them toward the stage, and this allows the band to play only facing one direction, and people behind to see them still from the front and stuff like that. So it's like no matter where you stand in the club, it's as if the band is still looking at you, and it causes this really awesome effect with the shadows on the curtains that blow, or not curtains, the drapes or whatever that flow, these veiled things. And again, this is Annabelle's really outdone herself with this one. It's pretty freaking dope. The bar is like a middle loft. It's not like a full second floor. It's like it's sort of like a it's sort of a mid floor, and it's ringing around sort of a portion of it. And there are no seats here because you dance or you stand and you mill about and stuff like that until you get to the second floor, where there are some standing tables and stuff like that. But then you actually have some like high backed booths and that evoke some combination of the sort of church pews and like high Gothic architecture of that like pseudo neo goth club thing going on. But then also they have proper padding. And I am not a fashion or architectural or design guru, but they would be whatever the modern tasteful like cloth and padding is for the time, because that shit changes, and she would know what it is. But some tasteful like padding and stuff like that, so you're not just sitting on like shitty wood. But also the high backs help with privacy. And then of course there's like not called champagne rooms or VIP rooms, but there are some like private sections. They call them the confessionals, to be cheeky and cute. Yeah. And so you can like, rent the confessionals, and you can like rent them out for parties or to drink blood, whatever it is. I feel like the servers here would be dressed in like techno nun like garb or techno priest garb, like they'd be like,
it's like mesh and booty shorts and like a cowl.
Or yeah, it'd be kind of like, it'd be kind of like a little bit like tasteless, but like also kind of cool, like so. Like I also imagine Christopher Daniels, one of my favorite like wrestlers of all time, like would totally hang out here, like imagine a Christopher Daniels entrance and you have one of their servers. So yeah, that is, you take that in. Witness me.
Check the pen comment.
Check the pen.
I missed the pun. Where was it? There are definitely some high goths there.
Because you said it was like high gothic.
And they're high. Yeah. So, there's definitely some of that. There's definitely some of that, but it's like the high class, like indica, No, sorry, sativa. Indica is the one that makes you sleepy. Sativa is the one that.
My XPs.
I remember that because of a Foxing song. What? What did I miss this time?
Indica equals into couch.
That's a good way to remember it as well. And Foxing Indica is about PTSD, because one of the band members has heinous PTSD, and the song Indica, because like an indica prescription helped them, or the song is supposed to kind of symbolize it. Anyway, you go to the census, and you have that Barrador vibe going on a little bit, not like the full blown "oh I see you," but you have a little bit of a like this twinge that you might be being watched as well, maybe, but then well, here we are again. Your beast kind of begins sort of reverberating in your head. Look at all these tasty little snacks here. I mean, we could spy in person and maybe find some admirers to take home.
Like that, wouldn't you?
I mean, it's either that or... And then, your vision is drawn out of his because of your beast. And you're and then, not that your head turns because of your beast, but your vision is drawn out because of your beast. And or down there, and, kind of in your peripheral, you spot someone, walking. You've exited the bar at this point, I'd imagine. Right? You kind of Knuckles with Dante. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Before you exited, I wanted something very specific to happen. Dante's putting up chairs, and this will happen the wobbly time, right? Maybe as you're sharing the senses, as you're
Well, I can split my attention, right?
Yes,
so,
yes, exactly. And so Dante, as you're sort of splitting your attention and you're hearing this beast in your head, Dante looks at you and he's just like, "Do you want me to take care of him for you?"
I appreciate
this one I won't
the
even. No, hang on. This one I won't even have you cash in the coin. He was a bit of a prick.
I know.
I can full on disappear him. It really is no problem.
I will let you know if it ever comes to that. I would prefer that to be a last resort. You know what I mean?
I mean, it is technically a violation of the traditions, but I don't know if you know this, but I don't always operate within those.
I understand that, and I'm not one to judge. Your business is your business. If I need it.
I want you to know you might be implicated in some violations should you cash in your checks, so to speak.
Of course.
I'm going to give you this for free without rolling. You notice what looked like graffiti on the outside of the building? You sort of are kind of
some
realizing
kind of
that some of the graffiti on the outside of the building looked an awful lot like some of the stuff within Rory's tomes.
Oh, mother.
So this building
is this the kind of thing that gives me the heebie-jeebies the way you always shit
It's
gives
more
me the
the
heebie-jeebies?
neon halo is warded against people listening in with magic and disciplines, and like certain things can't get inside of it. And
fair enough.
So like if you dump a bunch of points into your coterie house and your haven, this is a decent haven, mystically speaking.
Sure.
Dante's physical threats, he doesn't really care about that much. It's the
nothing threatens Dante physically.
It's not that. Like either there are things that can absolutely kill him. It's just he can also like usually run away pretty handily too.
No, but that's what I mean. It doesn't threaten him. It could kill him, but he's not threatened by it.
Yeah, it's like people being able to like cast a spell and listen to his shit. Well, because he's not good at lying, which is why I never rolled lies with him and just told people the truth. And I'm trying to recapture that where he says like I'm not, the like where he kind of speaks playing with the tradition thing. It's either he doesn't say it or he shoots you straight.
And I think Sasha understands that about him now, like as they've started speaking, so she just nods in his direction.
Like I can disappear him. It would be no problem. I mean, hell, it's like imagine I'm on a highway and I'm driving somewhere. This isn't even like a rest off the side of the road. This is more like swerving into the median and just like And I appreciate that I have something I can call on as a last resort. It's like I'm currently annoyed by him, but in the future I might not be. And I
that's fair.
Better of just deleting a kindred.
All right. Well, right now he's a manageable problem, but he might not be in the future. We'll see.
In the future, you'll have to go to the coin.
And that's why I'm keeping it handy.
Even your
for an
beast
emergency.
Go ahead. Sorry, that's why I'm keeping it handy. Even your beast, because I like to think of the beast as also like a supreme self-preservational aspect of kindred. Even your beast is like, weak.
It's fitting.
Like suggesting diablerie, but probably not that one. That would be like trying to eat the elephant, except the elephant is really angry. Like that story you read where the elephant killed a lady because she killed its baby, and then it came back to the lady's funeral and destroyed her funeral. That's the vibes I'm getting from this guy. He will kill us and then wreck our funeral. So down the street, low-hanging fruit. Delicious though. Like low-hanging fruit often is the most fermented, delicious, sweetened.
She just goes to her beast and says, "We'll put a pin in that." And then to Dante, she just, says her goodbyes. She's like, "I have the coin, and I'll keep it in my back pocket for an emergency."
Yeah, I probably have to get on that thing I'm here for anyway. It would have been fun to just, I haven't had a proper sword fight. You saw he had a sword on him and stuff. I haven't had a proper sword fight in a while.
Yeah. Sorry to have denied you.
Best sword fighter. Like I've lost some, but that's kind of what makes it fun. It's how you sharpen your skills.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have denied you this evening, but
no. Like I said, I do have something else. Mercy comes back in and just like taps in like a non-existent watch and still locking up.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of your hair now. I have some unfinished business.
It was nice meeting you
this evening. Pleasure's all mine, Dante. And she leaves.
All right. So back in the census, and it just so happens that your beast kind of muddled your ability to focus on both things at the same time, before hunger and all.
Motherfucker.
I know. So like you, for a moment there, it was like the Peanuts voice. You're the Peanuts teacher as Annabelle and Zoran were interfacing as they were talking, and you catch the tail end where she's like, and then we're square with the exile, with the banishment.
No, I missed the important part. Son of a bitch.
He's
Rewind.
And he's like, good. I have a few leashes I'd rather be rid of right now, and that would be one less thing to worry about as I lighten this weight around my neck. And he kind of like cocks his head. Is there something wrong, darling? No. And like his sort of like metaphysical eyes gaze is on you. Just like old times, huh? You and me and you. And then he shunts you out of his vision.
Yep. Saw that one coming. Yeet. That would, and then Sasha just.
So I actually wrote 3 versus 4, get yeeted. Literally, like my note was 3 versus 4, get yeeted.
I do have some messy, critical, bestial failure type things there, so I don't know if you want to fuck with that.
I'm going to hang on to that.
Great. I also have 4 hunger if you want to fuck with that too.
Oh, I'm going to hang on to those.
I'm having a great night.
So you're going to go into some other people's senses unwillingly, or not on. You're not going to try. You're just going to start doing it, and it's going to be fun.
Oh, like it isn't even like oh fuck. It's gonna be
You're gonna go being John Malkovich style, like, and just like.
Oh no. Well,
great.
I put it in our Discord for you to like remember that it's there.
I wrote a note here, but yes, put it there so that I remember, because this will be a lot of fun.
It's already there. All you have to do is just go back.
So, Rory.
Mom. Is my pizza here yet?
Like an apartment, you get the little.
Open the door.
Pizza delivery for Schmory Smith.
Rich?
Hey.
Come on in, buddy. How you doing? Fuck.
Yeah, I didn't need to come in the front door. He shows up in a full-on like Domino's outfit. By the way, there's a lot of Domino's haters out there. They're wrong. Domino's is actually pretty dope.
Domino's pretty good. Yeah.
Fuck Pizza Hut. She's got the like trucker cap, where it's the white front and like the Domino's logo, and like he's in a full-on Domino's outfit, and he's actually got the pizza. He's like, don't worry, he lived, and he puts the pizza like the whole thing down in front.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, you can't kill the delivery boy.
He won't remember. No, you never fuck with service people. It's really a dick move.
I mean, 100%. Yeah.
Actually, it might look like he has several deliveries tonight and makes them all and makes a shit ton of money. Because again, you never fuck with service people.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's been weeks. It's probably only been a few hours, but I'm glad you're all right.
Perhaps months, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Want a slice?
I don't remember. No. Unless you inject it with rat blood, I don't think it'll.
I don't have my gear. Or, yeah. I'd be happy to.
So, we talked about on the phone.
Yeah.
But I thought it was best to show up here, and I didn't divulge everything over the phone about.
What's phone? Yeah.
Can we talk? And he looks over at the now in the throes of some fucky shit is the best way I can describe it.
Yeah. Poor
like
Josh.
Josh is just like cold, like he's sweating blood as one does when Kindred and you would have sweat. And his eyes have fully like glazed over. He's just thrashing sometimes, and then sometimes he just goes into a total lull and looks like he's completely dead. But Kindred, so.
If he can come up force
and Damon is sort of like on like the other side of the little like island, because it's an apartment, so it's got like a little, like a bar top type thing that divides the living room from the kitchen. And he's over there, essentially prepping like some popovers, some cherry liqueur popovers.
But yeah, I mean, all Josh and Damon.
Damon's like, I'll be fine for now. I'll scream if I need you.
Yeah. Pizza, by the way.
Pop back into Damon's voice pretty easy. It's like some of these other characters it takes me.
It's because Damon is the best.
Damon is my end goal.
Whenever Rory becomes Gulkonded and back to human, it's just gonna be him and Damon.
Oh yeah, like
we're just gonna ride off into the sunset and fuck all y'all.
Yeah, they're gonna like, the balcony maybe. No, fuck that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's the bedroom, I guess, if you, I don't know, but like.
If only I were a different character.
No, I just meant for
be perfect.
I just
sorry, meta fourth wall moment.
Jeez, guy. I mean,
the bedroom's fine. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a whole pizza with me.
Yeah. There's like 2 pizzas, a bunch of like breadsticks, and then like whatever dessert thing is trending. Like molten lava cake. They always rotate with their thing is cinnamon sticks. Look, I saw things.
You might have to be specific. We've seen a lot of shit recently.
The big rock. I don't usually dream. That's not suspicious. That's not weird because Kindred don't
usually. Yeah.
But I was having dreams whilst it was at the yard. Not every night, but some nights.
Yeah, I can see that.
I kept seeing a room with doors. But none of the doors fit right. They bad angles or the wrong materials, and I wasn't really in control. I would gravitate towards. There's one door in particular. It was like it was made of, like smoky glass. And I didn't want to go in it. I could feel something on the other side, and it hated me. But I went to it anyway.
And when I opened it, I heard waves. And then the day sleep would be over. When they took the big rock, I could have stopped them. Well, I could have at least grabbed it and got away, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Nosferatu were pretty good at that kind of thing. But I went for the door. And it turned to glass. Bullets streaked past me. And they hit the door, and when I stared into my reflection, I saw me,
Mm-hmm.
but not me like now. Like 100, 1,000 me's before this. Well, after it. Saw me in a coffin, but not like the fun kind, you know.
Yeah.
And,
Listen, okay, go ahead.
And I saw you in the dream before I don't know what you were trying to do. It was just, you were there, but I had to go open the door. And you seemed happy. It didn't make sense. It was how terrified I was. Anyway, I had the big rock. I was getting away, and my exit turned to glass, and they shot at me, and it took a couple rounds, whatever. Meaningless when you're, as good at fortitude as me. But I just dropped it and I ran. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you over the phone. I wasn't going to tell you at all.
Put the pizza down. Put a hand on his shoulder. It's okay. The rock is recoverable. You, on the other hand, I can't replace.
He takes your hand off his shoulder and looks at you kind of warily.
Nosferatu are tools. I get it.
No, listen, motherfucker. You are my friend. You are not a tool. You are my friend. One of my best.
He doesn't know how to take this right now. It's clear because again, Nosferatu are they're your go-to. Every prince, every primogen has 2 invisible Nosferatus in every conversation. Right? They're gophers. They're your hackers. And he's used to it. He's had how many different coteries he's been assigned to or he's helped, and he just, when you're outwardly this ugly, right? You're used to being shunned and nobody really looking at you, and there's a thing about Nosferatu, and there's sort of this poetry to it, the sad poeticness to it is they're really good at obfuscate, but their deformation makes them invisible anyway. Like they don't need to obfuscate. Like people just try to look away. They don't, and it's not too dissimilar from people who are like disabled or whatever. Like everyone just you're told to not stare, and so you overcorrect and you don't look at him at all, and he's used to being invisible.
Did you? On the surface, it may have looked normal, I guess, in a lot of ways that we had a basement full of Nosferatu. But it was never because, yes, you are all amazing at your jobs, but you all also deserve a place, a home, to live, to be comfortable, and be whoever you are.
To be fair, Wretch wasn't a basement Nosferatu.
I know.
We
met him
later.
Satellite
Nos.
I'm sure he's aware of our
I was just addressing
for chat. Yeah. But yeah, what was I can't right now. There's Wretch and the guy he hated. They hate each other. Dwayne. Yeah. I
can't hear.
No, Dwayne was the one in our basement.
Yeah, Dwayne, and then you added like contacts or something like that, and so we had a bunch of generic
Camarilla Nosferatu.
Yeah, and so you just had like a half a dozen to a dozen like Nosferatu just in your basement doing things for you.
Hey, there was space.
Yeah, you never.
I'd almost imagine like you had a sub basement where it was like almost like a hidden like sewer hole nest type thing set up. Anyway,
this curse that you're all forced to suffer is, I don't know, it's terrible, and this was something we could do to help. And yeah,
I was a hand model. I wasn't particularly good or vain. I just lived in LA, and that was my great crime. But I guess, sorry, I don't know why I shared that. It's just.
No, I'm glad you did. Something I didn't know.
There's a Zoolander, right? That movie with the bottles and their assassins. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, like what if Zoolander, like, was a Dracula?
Mm-hmm.
Yo.
Just like.
Can you blue steel? There it is. It is right there. Yeah.
I think I personally did blue steel. I think I pulled it off. Shout outs to me.
Well, yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I just can't turn the other way or whatever.
That's okay.
I already turned into kindred, so I can't turn back.
It's 100% fair, yeah, but yeah.
I appreciate you hearing me out.
Of course.
I don't think I was like incompetent or.
No. The last thing you are is incompetent. That thing, I put you in a precarious and terrible position holding that thing for me.
Roll a persuasion when you finish your conversation.
I should have moved it. I should have found a better place for it, and I intended to, but shit just kept happening. Charisma, persuasion, or manipulation. Not that it matters. They're both 2, so that's 4.
I'm gonna go with charisma. This is like kind of an ambient thing.
Yeah. I do get hungrier from that. Okay. I get hungry for making friends.
for 2 more. 2 more.
I don't suppose this is terrible that my victim specialization would apply.
No, just because I don't want the context or
No, I don't
pretenses of what that might mean.
I
don't want that on this.
And I don't want him to be a victim of my friendship either. That sounds terrible.
No, I don't want this.
Ooh, damn. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6 out of 6.
Nice. Way to clip that shit.
Rory is the best friend ever. Confirmed.
Where did you get?
6 out of 6.
I had a
successes on 6 dice.
Maybe a 5.
My previous boss was
he looks around and you can tell he's like, sort of, you can even see him like Kindred don't breathe. They don't have to unless, but he's sort of like almost, I don't want to say conjuring, but really concentrating and stuff. And he glances around and you even see his like eyes flint into this like sort of yellow, almost cat-like, sheen.
I was Sabat. Before coming to Chicago.
Wow. Shit. Okay.
California, I hand model things real. I ended up in Mexico. Well, on my way up from Mexico City, there was word that something big was going down in Milwaukee, and this was, years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I lent my services to we'll just call it a failed coup. And I ran away, ended up in Chicago, licking my wounds under the radar, and I had no pretenses of redemption or anything. I was going through the motions and doing what Nas do best. I'm not really connected to this game anymore. I don't give a shit about Cam or Sabat anymore. Truth be told, if Sabat took Chicago, I'd probably fall in with them too. Or at least, that's what I thought before I met you, Ashley, and Sasha. I really like you guys.
Well, I mean, I certainly can't speak for the others, but I mean, mutual. Like you went out of your way for us when you didn't have to, and that speaks volumes.
I've never said the Sabat thing out loud. At least I haven't addressed it like internally or anything since we failed.
We've all done things we don't want to remember, to put it lightly. So what you do going forward that matters.
It's one of those things where I felt like if I didn't think about it or address it, it was like it wasn't real,
Oh, I know.
So I just kept moving, and then get an assignment from the prince here, bounty there, Yeah, that was easy. Chicago's big. You can disappear pretty easy. And I just happened upon you. You like, I was thrown in your path to help out, right? Fucking club. It was a whim. And I don't know, there's something different about you. All of you. And I'm not gonna lie. Shit's fucking weird around you, but I kinda like that.
Oh, fucking believe me, I'm aware of just how fucking weird, but I'm glad you're here. There are so many kindred who wouldn't have had the strength of character that you do.
Strength, I thought I was kind of weak, you know.
No, sir.
Going with the flow, and
It's about
like
moment.
I said, I kind of would have sat on the fence before I met you guys.
Yeah, it's all about moments and people and choices.
I was a damn good spy, though. Like,
there's I've heard a saying. I mean, I don't know how up on pop culture you are, but friendship is a certain kind of magic.
love Star Trek, by the way. It's like the best thing ever.
I mean, fair too, yeah. But
have you watched Picard yet? First season fucking slaps, but the second season, I don't know. It's good. It's not as bad as everyone says.
yeah.
Sorry, what's that saying?
Yeah, I was saying.
Yeah, I had to make Russia Trekker. I just had to do it.
100%. I get it. Yeah. Rory's a brony.
Like he's but he would have been like when he was embraced, like totally like a Kirk. You know, like OG Trek was like his shit. Right.
Yeah. There's a certain magic to friendship. You never know who's gonna be put in your path and what they'll mean. Would I have said that Ashley would be as important to me as she's become when they made her my fucking babysitter effectively? No, I wouldn't. But she's family now.
Yeah, don't tell
She's
her.
made some fucking stupid choices lately, but she's still fucking family.
Yeah. Don't let her know. I think she's scary. Like of all of you,
oh no, she's fucking terrifying. I know.
Sasha's like in an immediate, like, you know,
shotgun
survival sense,
yeah.
like lizard brain.
Yeah.
Sasha's terrifying because she's like, oh, I'm gonna get my head shot off.
Yeah, Ashley's that long-term fear.
But Ashley's, yeah, it's terror, right? Dread.
Yeah.
That would last, like a slow burn, and then you're like checking your bed at night, like underneath it.
Is there an accident in my bed? Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. There's been at least one night I've checked.
Like Sasha's like bungee jumping scary, and like Ashley's look under the bed scary.
Yep.
Let's get it right. Ashley,
were there for that, by the way, like to see where that would have. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get it right. Ashley's horse head in the bed scary.
No, look under the bed.
like the shower scene, you know, like 10 out of 10.
So now my brain is interposing like the psycho guy and Ashley, and I don't know how to feel about that.
Bates, really dope movie. Hitchcock fan too. Of course. Nosferatu likes Hitchcock. Everyone's...
I mean, stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason, but you know, it's whatever.
Right. Look, what do you need me to do now?
Shit, man. Oh, fuck. I don't.
I could track down the stone if you want that.
We need we need to recover it. We need to make sure it's not in their hands.
I can try to get some tabs on the knots they took, or figure out what First Light's up to a little more deeply here. I've heard talk of this.
I think it all might congregate, but as important as that stone is, and as important and as big of a threat as First Light, find the other Nosferatu, and if you can, don't put yourself in too much risk, but if you can get them out, do so. They are our family, and they are in danger, and we need to help them.
Even though D-Wayne would totally sell you up for a kilo of Mountain Dew.
He knows I've got the best Mountain Dew. They kill me, no one has the recipe.
So just a little outside of the game, meta knowledge that I can't see ever coming up. He hates D-Wayne so much because D-Wayne knows he was Sabat.
Mm.
And so he's got this like leverage over him. And
yeah.
Sorry. And he keeps him in check by having a couple favors that D-Wayne owes him in turn, because he saved him physically, because D-Wayne is not a physical Nosferatu. Really, yeah. So I like that you highlighted the find other Nos. Oh, I forgot to mention the dreams. There was always a well, too. It just would be like superimposed most into the
like a water well.
Yeah, like some Ringu shit.
Great. That's what we fucking need, is some ring girl bullshit.
Yeah, it was it's you know, like we contained the stone and some stuff. The stone wanted to go to the well.
I don't know what that means, but thank you for telling me. That's gonna mean something. This might be a crazy question, but have you ever heard of the worm?
I was a pretty boy who got by on, and like the football player. I didn't take like any analysis classes or anything.
Yeah. But have you heard of the worm?
Yeah. You got the triumvirate, right? Like triadic worm.
Well, that
entropy
stone,
basically like made manifest. That's the
yeah,
whole thing.
That stone is somehow connected to it. Piece of it, I'm not completely sure, but it's spoken to me a couple of times. It has forever ruined Bob Barker and Baloo.
And John Cena.
John Cena?
Never mind.
Let's hope it doesn't ruin John Cena. Fuck.
Yeah, imagine if it like ruined The Rock. Like a Rock ruining The Rock. That'd be weird.
I mean, yeah, that's a little too meta.
Maybe appropriate. Like, yeah. Look, I'll get on finding the other Nos.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll even find D-Wayne.
I appreciate that. And if we ever actually have some fucking like downtime, I'm gonna sit you two down and we're gonna figure out your beef.
If it's playing Team Fortress 2, I'm in. If it's
whatever it takes,
to
to squash your beef, we'll squash it. Like it kind of sucks to have two of my best friends at each other's throats constantly. I'm just saying, like from a selfish standpoint, watching you guys fight all the time bugs me.
You'll have to ask him about Cantra sometime.
Cantra. Okay. Couples therapy would be damn right.
No, I mean, he's, fuck, man. Too many guts already spilled today, and not the good kind.
Yeah.
I
appreciate you coming to me and telling me everything you did. Means a lot.
I did snag some crazy bread from Little Caesars because it's like way better than Domino's, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah. Every pizza place has its fucking thing. Like,
Yeah.
none of them get dessert right. I fucking swear to God.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never
It's
put
always
like rat on like a lava cake to really make it great.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's always just something off. Like with the brookie, the lava cake, none of them are quite fucking right. I don't know. I've stopped ordering.
Brookie is the word alone is where they fucked up on that one. Like calling it a brookie.
I keep waiting for like to do it all for the brookie commercial, and they never make it.
I'm gonna go out the window. By the way.
Sure, of course. I mean, yeah, it's your thing. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're still around. Don't fucking die. I'll be pissed.
I'll try not to.
So he heads towards the window, and as he heads towards the window, he turns back and go ahead.
I would say I think probably as he's turning back, I just hug him.
All right. He like does that like tense up, like shoulders go up, arms go down for a moment, but then like bending at the elbows with his shoulders still up, he kind of like brings the arms around for a hug.
I fucking love
him. He probably hasn't had a hug in like 70 years.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Heard. Yeah. All right. So he goes and like opens the window, and then he like flips back around for a blue steel, quick, like pantomime, and then
there it is.
And then he's out the window. And then like he gives you like an actual wink, and then he's out. Man, I like Wretch. He's a cool character. My next character. I'm just playing Wretch.
Just gonna be Wretch. Yeah, let's go. Just kind of lightly wipe the tears from my eyes. I'm gonna head out and check on fucking Josh. Make sure he's not like eating his brother or something crazy.
So Josh has, as you basically come in, he's like, Damon's kind of trying to restrain him, and he's sort of like pricked his thumb, and he's begun drawing on the wall in his own blood. And this is about the time Sasha arrives and like comes in the apartment, right?
Well, it's not my apartment, right? So I'd probably knock on the door.
You hear some noises from inside, like some tumbling and stuff, and then whatever Rory says right now.
I'm expecting like 2 people, so it's like doors open.
And I'm just gonna say that you have fed on the way there, and then just go ahead and roll your feeding.
Oh, what is the dice pool for that? I can never remember.
It's like at the bottom.
I don't know.
Yeah,
that's why you put on your character sheet.
Yeah, it's usually on your.
No, but I mean, there's no spot to put it on.
There's a spot for it. It's called hunt. It says hunting.
It's on like the second page. And this is, in this case, it's just to see if you killed the person or not. Is where
hold
on.
You're a siren now?
Charisma subterfuge. Does that include the seduction specialization? I assume it does.
Yeah, because you say seduction, so yeah.
Yeah, you hit a club on the way back.
Yeah.
Does that also include my hunger die? I assume it does.
No, because if you fail the difficulty I have sitting here, you killed the person anyway. So it's like they're superfluous.
Okay, well,
It just might
boom.
be a stain. It's fine.
You might just get a stain is all. Like, no big deal. NBD.
I rolled 3 successes. Nom 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 nom.
Difficulty was 3. You didn't kill anybody. You can be down to 2 hunger. Okay.
Was it hot? was it?
Sorry, we just
that
had to
cute?
role play ROLL play that.
No. I just it was less having to role play, and I just like was it okay?
So like you're knocking on the door. He says it's open. You find your consciousness at first inside Damon. You have shared the senses with him unwillingly. Your beast. I remembered your bestial failure. It doesn't mean you're just because you've slaked your hunger doesn't mean you're beast in this case. It got zhuzhed up, got some power from, and so it's still active.
Not
so.
in like.
And it's like
okay.
You just hear like, oh,
motherfucker,
and it just like, and like jumps into Damon first, and like remember the bungee jumping joke I made earlier? You bungee jump into Damon right now.
Cool.
Into Damon or Josh?
Damon right now. We're working our way up to that. We gotta, this would be, you raise the stakes, right? That's where we're heading towards.
Okay. All right. So I have
by the
all
way,
of the senses.
So we talked about feelings, like physical feel and stuff like that. You will note that when Damon is close to Rory, he gets physically flush and like nervous.
Okay. That's a lot to take in right now. This is not okay. If I were to attempt to just leave casually, like not like try to leave undetected, what happens when I try to bail out?
It's fine right now. Damon is
just
mortal,
wanted to
right?
Step out.
Damon's mortal. It's fine.
I'm just gonna.
Your beast resists. Remember, you had a bestial failure, and we are in storyteller mode for this. But
listen up, asshole. I want out.
And your beast just laughs like it. This is I don't know if you've ever seen the Venom movies, which I found quaint, by the way. There's like when the beast.
Is this asshole like Deadpooling me? Is he just Deadpool in my head? Is that my beast? Sure. Is he just Deadpool?
No, because I don't read Deadpool.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Deadpool fans. So he's just like, and he just like laughs. He's like, I didn't realize we could. Sorry, some of my voices are blending together whenever I try to pitch down because of trying to. I didn't realize we could do this. We should do this more often. Why aren't you just doing this with everybody?
Meanwhile, Damon, I was put like probably as that happens, I'm putting my hand on Damon's shoulders, pulling him back. Let him do it. This might yield something.
So, in terms of like a sort of cinema sense, we would see some like repeated symbols. So when Ashley did this, she had the book and the tome and a family history, so it's more comprehensive and so on and so forth. But there were certain symbols that would have bled in that weren't part of the family, that were part of the Static Man, right? And part of the Static Man's knowledge and part of the Fey knowledge, like directly. Those would be the common symbols that show up on here. So you see like that waveform, like the broken waves throughout.
If it's from the book, I probably haven't seen it.
You have not seen Ashley Dame's Book of Shadows. I'm sorry.
Exactly,
None of y'all have. I don't think Ashley has ever talked about it.
No, exactly.
Like, I actually might not have even talked about her, like, Mama being a goddamn witch from the old country. So, you do not have the four coffins thing here, but you do have the nothing at the center. Okay.
Do I need to make a roll about it, or
occult the shit out of this? You're gonna need would not be like the para psychology.
I literally have changelings as a specialty, so
fine, it is changeling.
Listen, you did this.
I love it. I'm not mad. Like I'm not mad when people in the game I'm running with like obscure cool knowledge take skills so that I get to talk and explain more cool shit. Like I hate GMs who don't want to talk at length about how awesome the shit they have going on is.
I'm sorry that I
Mysteries
built a
are only
character.
fun if you get to reveal the mystery. Like, come on.
I'm sorry I built a character with nothing going on in her head, just violence.
Don't even. Sasha has been a focal point of the RP.
No,
perhaps.
I know, but what I'm saying is, I'm sorry that she's dumb. She doesn't care about the lore.
Everyone's got their shit going on. Someone's
No,
always like the skill monkey, right? Like someone's, yeah. You're good.
I just thought it would be fun to RP an airhead.
I just need to let you have more violence coming up.
I mean, violence is fun,
we're
but I
working
just,
our way towards it. I promise.
it's more that
It's just we're edging it. We got to edge it. We got to earn it. You know.
7.
7. So what in particular are you? I'm sorry, trying to sort of what angle are you going for, or?
I mean, I'm assuming because I haven't seen the book. A lot of these might be familiar on their own, but unfamiliar in context together.
So I need to restate. Any of the stuff from Ashley's book specifically is missing from this.
Oh, is missing. Okay.
It is there's gibberish stuff supplanted. There would be memories from Joshua's like life instead of like some of the other things.
Okay.
And like there would be like, in fact, like sort of like imagine if like you could express PTSD like from like, because he would have been in the Iraq war, right? Like,
yep, he was he was in the Afghanistan war.
War.
He was
Second Iraq?
Like Desert Storm, wasn't it?
No, he was in Second Iraq.
Desert
and
Shield?
Afghanistan.
Yeah, okay.
I'm talking about post 9/11 Iraq.
Yeah. Post 9/11. Okay, so like there would be like the Iraq War. I love that we have to specify which Iraq war. And you can, keep going back and back and back. Anyway, so he would have like essentially these sort of like visual representations of these war moments. Like it wouldn't be a one-to-one translation, however. It would be like something like like a desert rose that is smashed. It would be something like maybe like instead of a tank there would be a shield that is exploding. There are these sort of it's not a one-to-one representation of his memories of these events.
The big question then is, am I able to decipher what either he or Statty are trying to get across?
However, and that's where I'm getting to, is however, so he has these like non-one-to-one, like, I won't call them like hieroglyphs, but he has these non-one-to-one sort of like visualizations. What's that? Pictographs, yes, exactly.
Yeah, they're pictographs.
And they are not like, they sort of like are these, the way they're laid out is in these like sort of concentric scenes moving away from the middle, scattered throughout, or almost interrupting or like hijacking some of the pictographs, or interrupting, to where like, to use my shield metaphor for the tank, like it's like half of the shield and the other half is like some Faerun shit, and so all of that. So it's you don't get the Book of Shadows stuff, okay? But you do still get like Faeruns and specifically some Statty imagery. You are reminded, because you actually went to the theater, right? You were in the theater. You are reminded of when you went to the theater and the stuff blew out of the brain, right? And all those stuff. You are reminded of that kind of very like starkly. It is like flashback style. Like if nobody had seen season 1, we would have a flashback to season 1 and that moment we're talking, okay? And then at the center you have this sort of like spiral void. Okay, and all the images actually sort of not like perfectly spiral out, but it's like the Malbolgia as it's described in Dante's Inferno. It's these concentric circling patterns moving out, and they're kind of like, some of them are oblong and erratic and stuff. And I really got into how great that of a description. I'm like, man, that was a good description, and I kind of forgot your question.
I mean, the big question is, like, the overall is, what's the message it's trying to get across?
All right, so kind of what's going on is like the Rosetta Stone is smashing into a dead language. Okay, the other stuff that Stabby's trying to get in that's interrupting, it's like the Rosetta Stone is smashing into like ancient Egyptian, right? Like it is, these are translations. Okay, like, and again, the translations also aren't one-to-one. It is some being that doesn't understand humans and humanity and kindred and monsters, trying to find a common lexicon.
Oh boy.
It is painful and difficult. However, man, you need a photo of Ashley's wall, by the way. You can
if only I knew about that.
However, Joshua starts saying, "Gone, all gone. No, not gone. Never was. Never was. Nowhere to go. Dead end.
The worm?
No. And you, as you're sort of putting this together, the worm is often represented by a spiral. This is the anti-spiral.
What's the opposite of the worm?
Nothing. It's nothing. Joshua says, and he collapses. As he collapses, Sasha's consciousness is ripped into him. You hear your beast whisper, I mean, we could eat him. But what does insane kindred think about after he makes his art project mural for an equally insane boyfriend of yours? And like you feel your consciousness being pulled in. Do you have any last words in the scene or any interactions before we skip?
Okay, I have a question. So is it doing the thing where it splits my consciousness? Because I'm still walking in, right?
You're still being like, you're still able, and you might even be able to like communicate. But you are about to quantum leap into, and like you still straddle consciousness. I'm not like,
okay. I definitely let myself in, and because I'm got the what is that obfuscate power? The anyway, basically I let myself in quietly because of Silence of Death, because that's just always on, correct?
Yeah, it's so cool.
As long as you want it to be.
I mean, I just assume it's always.
It's just on, yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, Dante was eerily quiet the entire time too. He has both of them. If he stands still, he goes invisible, and if he...
Yeah. No, she just walks in, and I think...
And Mercy has Silence of Death, not the other one, because she's a sniper, and it's really cool to have a sniper with Silence of Death.
Yeah, and she just tries to say hello. She can see Rory around, like she just
Yeah, this is an apartment, and like you've got this splayed out on the couch, but like the couch has been moved away from the wall at this point, and there's just this like erratic. You're reminded of Janet Wicks's apartment with all the drawings, especially once you started to peel away the layers. She was an artist, however, so her individual drawings were more sensible, more she could contain like a thought to a drawing initially, and then as the thoughts got too big and stuff, it overwhelmed her and her head blew up and the Static Man came out. That was her.
What's happening here?
Yeah. So you
She just quietly says, "Hey, what's happening here?"
I mean, so many things. I'm gonna place Josh on the couch.
Good.
He's pseudo catatonic, like partially, and just every now and then it's nothing, no, capital N O T H, capital N O T H I N G, capital N, nothing.
Okay.
Big N.
All right. Shit. It's been a minute. Above table. What's the worm's end goal again?
So the worm essentially represents entropy. The triadic, the triad. When they work in harmony, one is wild creation, and one calls the creation, and I can't remember and one is order, right, and helps and helps establish order to it all. So normally the worm, like it's a balance of nature and all that. The things is like if a forest gets too overgrown, it'll actually choke out and die, and so the worm would be the like trees falling and
the processes of
natural fire,
the forest fire to reburn,
things like that.
And then the weaver.
To help that.
Okay.
And the weaver is order, and the wild is right.
Entropy as a movement towards not quite nothing, but something to rebuild upon.
And so on and so forth.
Versus he's literally talking about a never was, a nothing that never happened.
Sort of, the anti-spiral. It's like and so it's not like the reverse of entropy, which would be the wild or whatever. It is like an inversion of it. Like even a forest fire is something, right? It's a fire, and then that fire can be creation and so on and so forth. So it's an inversion. It's taking things. However, by the way, the reason the worm's a problem is because the worm got locked up for a while and went crazy and just started destroying everything and just rampant unchecked. It just went full chaos mode. Will eventually remove and destroy all and just destroy everything without a balanced aspect. That's why the worm's a problem, is because it basically went crazy and it overcorrected. It now hungers to destroy and remove and so on and so forth. It's rampant entropy. It's out of balance. It's out of check. It's the California fires of late. It is not. It's decay. It is all these other things. Does that answer it?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. So when y'all were saying it's the worm, I was like, close, but no. So we had to give it a name.
Yeah.
And we had to stay within the sort of the conventions of what the World of Darkness has set up, because it's the wild, the weaver, the nothing. Also, shout outs to Neverending Story, baby.
I was literally, as I'm turning around to look at Sasha, if I have to name the Empress at the end of this adventure, I'm gonna be livid and also kind of excited because that movie rocks.
Somebody, some youngin would show up in here and be like, "Yo, Kingdom Hearts," and I would kick them out of the chat. Well, no, I'd probably high five them. But then I would be like,
great. It's No, never
I would be
story.
like, it's great, the nothing, but it's never ending story. Come on, that's what I ripped this from. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
Like at least the pseudo concept, and then I built.
I guess. Wait,
I
weren't
stole
you
like an artist. I took something and I made it mine.
Yeah. Weren't you bringing someone with you?
Let's say they're there if they need to be. We're gonna gray blob rule them.
Yeah,
they're
they have.
there
No,
if they need
They
them.
haven't caught up yet.
I'm just gonna. No, I'm just gonna say they're still.
They're doing a thing. It's fine. Yeah,
They've
it's
got
just
some.
offhanded.
Yeah,
like,
no, they're dealing with. Yeah, no,
all
they're
right.
dealing with their own business. But I thought.
I mean, if they're
Since,
smart, they'll do their own business. Yeah.
Well,
So
I thought that we could use another ally, someone else on our side. So
I mean, depending on their skill set, maybe. But this is a lot to bring people into.
It's just one person, and
Josh, I don't know. Did I?
Josh,
I'm
gonna point
been a
out that
bit-
it might be a little bit of a favor or something. No, okay.
I don't know. Anyway,
I don't know. You've been completely read in. Ashley embraced Josh after he was dead, and
how is that working out?
not super great.
Like
be
Josh was just like, nothing. It's nothing. I'm nothing.
Okay.
And just
Because also Ashley, in her infinite fucking wisdom, made a deal with the Static Man at some point, and she's now sort of like his gateway to reality because she's a fucking genius. And that connection has imposed itself ever so lightly upon sweet Josh here. Thus, the art on the wall. So I guess he's half Ventru, half Static. I don't fucking know.
Right.
It
didn't quite go right. I tried to do it.
God, he would be way more fucked up than even Ashley on account of like the embrace, right? Because how the like,
probably,
I don't want to say genetics, but for lack of a better term, like how those would work out in the embrace, right? It's like you've imparted that upon him, like whereas you sort of like.
So
to put the whipped cream on top, he's refusing to eat. I'm
great.
Yeah.
Which means friend.
Great.
Remember when Ashley frenzied, and so Ashley has like Turbo Frenzy Plus mode now.
Honestly, how much blood does it look like he? How many rouse checks would you say that he put into that painting?
Just one. I mean, one is a lot of blood. You have to understand.
One is a lot when you're a newbie who's never fed.
No, one is a lot. It's like 2 pints or like a pint and a half or something like it. Like one is a lot of blood.
Especially when you were embraced 3 hours ago. And
they moved away from it being like an arbitrary value because, and I agree with them, because then like people become mana potions and like it when you put a hard number on it. But like one rouse is a lot.
Decent,
think about like if it is going to equate to how much blood is in a human, you got 5 hungers until you're maxed out, right? Well, no, hang on. What, like a person can clear 3 hunger?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so like that's a third of. So one hunger check is a third of the amount of blood in a human. That's a shit ton of blood.
Fuck, he's shit. All right, we gotta got to eat.
So Ash,
have you tried?
Sasha, you hear like gunshots and explosions as your senses are co-opting a
Josh?
now passed out Josh.
Oh, fuck. She just kind of mumbles
also
fuck under her breath.
Because non-linear, non-one-to-one thought, you also hear like papers filing and like file cabinet drawers opening and closing and like not typewriters, but the clacking of keyboards.
I'm going to
and you
I'm gonna
an office building, like in a full flak jacket and desert camo, like with like a rifle, and like you have a like a Humvee like rolling up behind you as you go down the center of a bunch of cubicles, and that's where we're going to cut back to Ashley, who's been on hold for a while. You can, if you got like one final quick thought.
No, I just was gonna try to get out of it, but it's whatever.
Let her roll to get out of it.
No,
just get me out.
Bestial failed. You're at.
I did bestial fail.
You are at my.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
You're at my whim.
But
Will?
Sasha aside, in her own little world, since he's passed out, can Damon and I feed him?
I don't think you can just force a banana down the throat. Why did I choose banana as the food of a passed out guy?
A passed out bisexual man.
Yeah, well, I don't think you can just.
You can make people drink water in
banana.
You hold
this was not like a Pavlovian slip or anything like that. This was just like, I just thought like banana, whatever. I'm just going to abandon that. Just walk away from that one.
You can feed passed out people water. Why not blood?
I mean, blood is essentially water, so.
I don't know. Anyway, Ashley.
I don't want him to wake up in frenzy. This is all I'm saying.
Oh, it's going to be the best. It depends on what happens in.
Great.
Where's the fun for the Iraq office wars?
Had to try. You can cut now.
Look, ask her what she wants. It's simple.
Ashley looks at the stiletto and then looks at the body and then looks at William. Yeah. Look, I said what I said. And looks at William.
Pre-embrace you.
Looks at William.
It's a gift, darling. You always wanted one.
I'm sorry? What do you mean?
A blade just like this. Well, perhaps. A child's? No. But the blade, definitely. Ask her what she wants, darling.
And she looks down at her younger self. I imagine it's like her on her birthday before she was embraced. So it's like looking into her mirror, but it's like disconjointed because so much has probably happened to her.
Oh yeah, like you like you just aren't the same person. Like life and embrace and like you might have even taken you a moment to recognize recognize that it was you.
Yeah. Well, you heard him. What do you want?
Ashley, you find yourself strapped to a table.
Fuck me.
Some monster looming over you with a blade. Your grandma warned you about that man. Your mom and dad, they were like weirdly, I don't know, enthusiastic. It was weird. But your grandma definitely warned you.
She looks up to William first and then over to herself. Though she knows it's her because it looks like her, but there's like an aura that's different.
Yo, there's a raid.
Hi,
There's a
Raiders.
storm.
And she looks at the other person, the other her, and says,
in the same sense that like it took you a moment to recognize like the younger you because you've lived a lot of life.
mm-hmm.
I feel like it would take you a moment to recognize an undead you as well, and you know, a vicious. I mean, what's the David Carradine speech about like why people don't? It's not that people don't recognize that Clark Kent is Superman because of the glasses. It's that people don't think this meager, like normal person could be super. Like that's why they don't recognize Clark Kent, and it's a little bit of that. It's not that it's not all about the look. It's actually Dame the Ventru has a aura, as you were saying, has a presence, has a form, has a way she carries herself, and it's different. It would be hard to recognize yourself.
But yeah, she kind of looks up. You, what happened to you? What did he do to you? You know, she was right to warn me about you. Will.
Oh, come on, darling. William. We know each other better than that.
I thought you like it whenever I call you Will. I call you my Will.
She's avoiding the question. William places his hand on Ms. Dame's shoulder. Stiletto Dame. S Dame. She's avoiding the question, darling. Surely you have ways of making her talk.
But do you? Do you want me to talk? Do you really want to hear what I have to say?
I mean, you're the captive.
We both are, right? She looks at the other Ashley. We both are with him.
No. You came willingly, quite willingly eventually.
Yeah, you used your whims and your charms and your wiles on a girl that didn't know any better.
Oh, courtship is commonplace.
Not with you, not with your kind. You got extra ways.
She's not answering the question.
I think Ashley, stilettoed Ashley, kind of just looks at William and says, no, she's right. She's always been right. We are who we are.
Then why did you chain her up here, darling? Why'd you lock her away? I'm going more Irish again.
Yeah, you are. Because you made me. And I've been just too afraid to bring her back.
Oh, that's a darn lie. That's a damn lie, and you know it.
Just do a regular voice. Just do a regular voice.
I tried for you.
It's
Shelley.
okay. I understand.
I did it for you.
No, you did it for you.
Why on earth
You
would I
wanted
do such a thing?
control over me, my money, my relationships, my connections.
There were plenty of rich young women in the second city.
There weren't any that were connected to magic.
That's preposterous. Why would I care about magic? Tremere. I could have dated a Tremere. I could.
No,
That's
not
preposterous.
that kind of magic. And she was looking at the stiletto and looking at the other Ashley, and then she just looks at William. I've seen the book. I was raised with it, William. You idiot. Also, I know this is all fake. It's all that stupid mirror bullshit that the little fae bitch wants to put on.
If it's fake, then leave.
Okay, I will. You're gonna have to stay locked up for a little bit, kid. And the one on the table looks.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's fine. I think it'll be fun to torture him from a table standpoint anyways. He really does hate this accent.
That is why I had you change it.
It is. It's true. All right, Faye, fuck.
As you curse the Fae fuck, why are you so afraid to ask
To release
yourself
her?
what you want? To release her. You don't have to release her to ask her what you want.
Because it's what I've always wanted. And I'll never get.
I don't think you know.
I've always known, William. Ever since you sunk your teeth into me. Metaphorically and physically speaking. Every time.
What is it?
To be left the fuck alone.
No, that's not it.
No, it is.
Is that where it's
I've always wanted to be alone. I've always wanted to be not around. That's why I went back to my family home after I left you, and why I was pissed that the prince made me babysit.
We, the audience, see some fingers up on Ashley's shoulder. The proportions are they're just wrong, the way the digits and the joints are just too long, the way the nails sort of grow from the skin rather than like above it. And they kind of
That's why nothingness. It will never happen. Nothingness is a concept. It's a fever dream. It's a thought that desperate people want.
And you're in a dream now, aren't you?
And you're stuck here with me, fucker. And she flips the stiletto around and stabs his hand through and into her shoulder.
Oh, this is agonizing. You know, this blade, it slices through like the bone and ligament, like just straight through and piercing. It does that thing where it sort of goes in quick and then the pain registers. That it has parted flesh and muscle. But
blood.
More than that, what's that?
Blood. To get out, to get in, there's always needed blood. It's a blood ritual.
So you have like the pommel on this stiletto, regardless of what it normally is, happens to be clear, and you see it sort of pool blood at the center, like almost like mercury in the thermometer, the base of a thermometer. You see it pool up some blood. By the way, the hand isn't there when you stabbed. So quick to harm yourself. Like marrying William was an act of self-harm too.
She takes it out.
You feel like that pain resonates all the way down into your like calves and thighs and stuff like that, and it kind of like takes you down a little bit. And this is excruciating. There is a fire inside the wound that is spreading outward. You can feel it. You're undead, so your heart doesn't pump, but against your will, it is. And that hurts too. You want to be alone. You want to be nothing. That's why I chose you.
Desperate people, right?
Oh, you are one of supreme focus, Ashley Dane.
I've always been that way. And she kind of like in those, like in the movies where people want to get out of like a scene and it's like very meta. She like cuts into the blackness that's around, like into the wall of the basement, and just like tries to make a door.
Ooh. You're slashing at nothing for a while. Like the blade clanks off of any wall you aim for. William does one of those. I always call it the Mizuguchi dodge, where like it's going towards him and he like lazily, like almost on a delayed reaction, like just one of those things where like it definitely should have hit him, but it was bad video editing, like.
Mm-hmm.
and what's the facial expression of Ashley on the table? I'm curious as she watches this fit.
I think she's smiling because she's heard from her grandmother.
William used gaslighting. It's not very effective. Sorry, go
on. But she's heard of like monsters. Her grandmother told her about fae and vampires and werewolves and everything that goes bump in the night, and how they don't necessarily mix well.
Yeah, cool. So we're not above stealing like artists and borrowing from, the difference between cliche and classic is whether I like it or not. And so you're like slashing at the air and trying to draw this door, and it's actually like the blood that like flings from your blade like lands in the ground in this sort of like arcing pattern, and it sort of sizzles a little bit, and it cuts and carves into the stone in this basement floor until you have this sort of like archway, this this sort of jagged, irregular, it's a portal, it's a door shape, right? And then it just sort of like, on account of gravity, just got like the stones and brick just sort of crumple and fall away, and you can see a faint sort of like fluorescent light, very distant. You don't want to go that way, I assure you, darling.
Seems like the only place I want to go now. And she just jumps in.
Okay.
She's gonna cat's grace. Cat's grace. If it's gravity, cat's grace in this bullshit.
Yeah.
Just
so.
Did she get any of the Fae blood in the stiletto?
Yes, but you didn't get rid of him.
That's fine.
Sorry.
No, that's what I wanted to know. Did I get any Fae blood in there?
Yeah, that's why. And when you come back, your stiletto has become like whatever like cosmetic differences between this is where would definitely be look similar, but just a little bit different, right? This filigree is turns that way instead of the other way, things like that. Remember, you still have that other stiletto, but this is the present one, right? You got this one for torturing and killing. So this is that one, but now the pommel, and again, it's often just little cosmetic ways, not functional ways. But the pommel is like a crystal, or it might have even been diamond, right? Because it'd be expensive. He's a expensive bastard when it comes to spending your money, right? But at that center, it's got that pool, that orb of almost mercurial blood in it. It's got this sort of green hue to that mercurial quality. And when you're back in the basement, you have that, and the day sleep is basically upon you. You have to crash, or
I think as she lands, even though instinctually she cat's graces it and but she kind of
Oh, the wound is still very much real, by the way. You took 2 ag damage from stabbing yourself.
Oh, fun. That's cool. T.
I was so busy with the flavor text, I forgot to describe the mechanical side of it.
That's fine. 2 ag. I think Ashley cat's graces it, and she's kind of Spider-Man posing, cat, Catwoman posing, and then she just kind of tips over and falls asleep in the basement.
Legit.
With the stiletto still in her hand.
I'm good with that. We'll cut back to Rory and Sasha.
All right. Josh, I need you to wake up just enough that you can drink this bag before you freak the fuck out completely. Come on, buddy.
The day sleep is clawing.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I was in character.
No. You're fine. Yeah, stay in character. Do your thing.
Okay, can Sasha tell if he's injured or hurt or something? I'd like to try something.
He's just.
Is this a
new boy?
He's been recently embraced. It's
Okay, but does he look?
He's not injured.
His pain and injury is the horror of becoming undead.
Yeah.
And
I
having
am
the
going
static
to.
Gene.
I'm going to attempt something that Rory has seen done like multiple times over because she's done it. Can I try to wake him up by using my panacea? Or just like, here's a little extra willpower juice.
You can subdue. I'll give you this. You will not wake him up, but you can subdue the frenzy that would be he would wake up with tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I don't know how.
A lot.
We'll take it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a win.
A win's a win. A win's a win.
It's just like I don't.
And you will.
Sasha doesn't necessarily know the full dynamics of how this, like, when her restorative powers, she uses it in a limited, very specific way. So she doesn't know the full interaction of how it works in this case. However, she wants to try helping, so I would like to try helping.
Okay. My battery is dying from my headpiece here, my thing. So
let's juice it up, let's milk it.
I was already going to try to start wrapping this up anyway, and let us go to another night, which is like huge.
Okay.
We're bad at
that. It's so hard to let that happen in this
I know you're trying to stop me again. I was like, no, just let him sleep. You panacea works, and you're like, what else can I do?
No, I promise there will be a wrap up once Sasha tries to help. Sasha can be helpful. Okay, sorry.
No, do your thing. I can mute myself while you describe and talk about what you want to do while I step away to the restroom. This will work.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to. Okay, hold on. Oh, I don't have the correct book open. I am a loser. Okay. Where is the power?
I think it's Player's Guide.
Yeah, no, I know it's Player's Guide. It's more of just like, where's my book? Yeah, it's in the Player's Guide. It's one of the newer Auspex powers. I just forgot.
Hey, right there. Look at me. 1 rouse check, additional willpower, depending. Composure Auspex, diff 2.
Hold on.
I think it just works. What we're going with here for this instance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's just letting you have it.
Roll your rouse check, and then.
Oh wait! You got food. You got food on the way there. Never mind.
Yeah. So
I got scared.
Make your rouse check.
I'm only 2.
Tomorrow.
I'm at 2 hunger, so it's gonna be a little awkward. But I do want to say, since she's not doing anything else in this scene, I could probably do it at a difficulty 0. If
also,
he's
that
gonna make me roll
still
for
a
it.
rouse check involved.
I'm at 3 hunger again. The roll didn't go good. My rolls are garbage tonight, guys. Except for
it happens. It happens.
Yeah. When I'm rousing, they're garbage. But I mean, I did roll a couple of messy criticals and a bestial failure. Right. It's a decent night, really. So I think I'm just gonna
night, really. Narratively,
it's a decent night. Sasha will just try to hold his head, like put her hands on his temples and just like use the power of her blood and just push it through, like, come on, buddy.
The power of Sasha compels you.
So he's like has these like those like posthumous jerks and twitches that people have sometimes, and animals and stuff. He has some of that going on account of how horrible all this has been. That like eases and stops.
And then in passing, she cusses out her beast and just like, let me out of this guy's brain.
Sorry, that's not yours. Your beast is like more sensual. I would, but I'm not in control of this anymore.
You're a liar.
Is in here with us.
Morning, ride it, my daddy.
Oh my God! No, you've got to be kidding me right now. You shut the fuck up and get us out of here.
So you are simultaneously like,
Yeah,
and
no,
the day sleep is like it's weighing on you. Like at some point you just
wait. Am I day sleeping in this guy's fucking brain? Is that even possible?
Day
think
sleep
when it
comes for us all.
I think Sasha, the present part of her brain, just looks at Roy and says, "Tired.
I see
Need to
that.
crash.
Yeah, bed.
Can we? Yep.
Here. You go in there. I'll be in there in a minute. Damon, help me get Josh in the other room, please."
Damon just nods and comes and dutifully helps. I made popovers for tomorrow. They're ready.
Fuck, I love you.
Snap back into Damon like that. Like, what is this? Can't do a British accent. Can do Damon off the fly.
Secretly, you're actually Damon.
He's my self-insert. You would think it's Dante. It is not. It is Damon.
That's because Dante doesn't show up regularly enough. Damon is the self-insert because he's there all the time.
Damon's also a character I fell in love with, like, very quickly.
You also
like that, like when sometimes players give you a gift of a great character and you don't realize it, you just like kind of like fall into it.
You just want an excuse to romance. You just want an excuse to romance Rory.
That's what it is. He's a great ghoul. Like, ghouls are great characters in general, and he's the best.
A great guy.
All right. Okay, we get a minute.
I think the last. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, I'm just waiting until Rory gets in the room.
We'll get Josh in. We'll like actually like tuck him in and everything. Like,
that's adorable.
I think he's okay. I don't think he's gonna wake up and snap. But I'm gonna lock the door and put a chair on it just in case. I'll be up before anyone else. Before him, certainly, I think. But
I won't sleep this evening.
I was
but also
just going to say that you
just seemingly out of nowhere, Damon produces a chain and just wraps it around the thing and anchors it off to another point and padlocks it. He's like, he's my brother, but I'm not an idiot.
I know you're not, but you also need some sleep.
It's all right. It's my job not just as a brother, friend, but also the ghoul to watch over you all. This is why I'm here.
Well,
and also to make an amazing waffle breakfast in the morning.
That's true.
Legit Belgian, by the way.
God damn it! Now I don't want to go to bed. But in case we don't. We absolutely fucking don't. We don't say it enough. Thank you.
You never have to thank me. You do, however, have to go to. He walks over to like a closet and like slides it open and pulls and grabs a crossbow out of it and sets it on his lap and puts a chair like across from the door where Joshua is. And he's like sits there with it on his lap. You can thank me by going to bed.
Yeah.
Crossbow waffle making Damon is now my favorite version of Damon. By the way, he looks disheveled as hell. Like he normally wears like a decent slim fit suit.
It's been a rough fucking night.
He wears like a slim fit suit and skinny tie. Like he is sans tie. He's got like blood stains from being like tortured like on the white shirt and stuff like that. He's also got ink stains in the lapel where he would have had a pen get smashed from getting beat too. And very disheveled, but he's got the cuffs rolled up, which is actually an homage. This is a visual representation of him transitioning to hardcore badass like his brother, right? Because his brother usually had the sleeves rolled up. And so he's got that rolled up and no shoes on. He's just got like the socks, and But yeah, so he's just like, and he like has that on, and
all right. Well,
when
now that you've got, I was gonna give you a hug, but you've got yourself all crossbowed. So I'll like from lean over, but from behind.
he like sets the crossbow off to the side and stands up.
Oh,
and like
perfect.
extends the arms.
Yeah.
So normally he wouldn't have the hubris to do. He would have just like, oh yeah, no, I'm already sitting, go to bed. But it's been a hell of a night.
Yeah, it's been a long fucking
No,
night.
I could use a hug.
I figured you could. Your brother has been through a lot, and you by extension.
Damon was also kidnapped and beaten.
Yes, I know. Yeah. You've both been through a shitload. One of you died and came back ish. But yeah.
Now kiss.
if you'll indulge me,
I'm glad you're still here.
This is where the fanfic like takes off, and like they totally
Exactly.
do kiss in the fanfic.
Hold on. Yeah. Let me have my homoerotic moment. I'll be there in a second.
Make it gay.
I think I'll let go. I think I saw some Red Bull or equivalent in the fridge.
It's actually Monsters.
Yeah. Now I better go tend to the girlfriend. I think I hear her moaning about something.
Yeah. And the day sleep is good.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet, honestly. It's still, but
He gives you like a very earnest like look, just like.
I'm sleepy. I'm not that sleepy,
No. Go. It's been a long night for you. What with the rescuing and the fireball.
Yeah, I'm going, and I head into the other room.
I think what Rory walks into is Sasha getting ready for bed, and she's doesn't have any of her shit, so she's literally stripped down to like lingerie, and there's like
have my permission. You wanted your sexy time. You have my permission.
She doesn't have any extra clothes. She's taking holsters off of her legs, like her leg holsters and everything. She's getting ready for bed. And then when she hears Rory come in, she doesn't turn around to look at him. She says, why is it that it hasn't felt like we've really had time to be a couple? Besides all of the weird alternate reality shit where we were married, we were more a couple in alternate realities than in this one. And she just sets a pistol aside that's been hidden on her body because she doesn't have a shotgun. Not only is she literally kind of naked, but she's also naked because she doesn't have her usual weaponry.
I mean,
metaphorically naked as well as literally naked.
There's been a lot. I see that you still have ebony, at least.
No, I don't. It's a smaller, more compact one.
You had it
no, but then
you had it.
No. Oh, yeah. I thought it it disappeared. Okay, in that case, it's ebony.
Ivory disappeared.
Ivory disappeared. Okay, I still have ebony.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ebony is then set aside, and she says, yeah, we have a lot to talk about, and I'm not sure how much of it we've actually talked about before, because I have been on a fact-finding journey of sorts, and there's a lot happening.
Don't doubt that. You did also sort of abandon me and Ashley when we needed you.
It definitely happened really hardcore. Sorry.
You just fucked off.
I got sidetracked.
Fortunately, I don't know that you would have made a difference had you been there. Josh had been dead for a bit, but That's a lucky for you and not a lucky for him. This
Oh,
would be a very
I'm not
different
even.
conversation had he been dead minutes. Please never do that to me again.
I wanted to find out what happened to the Nosferatu. They were being shoved into the truck right in front of me, and
That's what we were in the middle of an Ashley. God, do you know what she did? Have you? She made a deal with the fucking static man. She's fucking half static.
I haven't.
You talk about how we're not a couple in this reality. It's because you won't be present. The other you talked to him in ways you won't talk to me. I feel like you're drifting away from me.
I won't let that happen.
Then stop. Now's obviously not a good time for it. You're literally going to die any minute now. But we need you. You need to talk. Not we. You.
Okay.
I've never kept anything from you. Please let me in if you love me.
Okay.
Okay. Tonight.
Okay. She's not going to get laid once she lays everything out on the table. That's for sure.
That's fine. It's fine to edge. The audience, that is.
She sits down on the bed and she says, for a long time, I've had one foot in the door, one foot out. I've been looking for closure, resolution, answers in terms of everything related to Zoran. It's not that I still have feelings for him, but I felt abandoned for a long time. And now
both can be
talking to
and
you
are true.
And now talking to you, I'm realizing I don't want to be the person that abandons the people I love. And as of tonight, I'm not looking for anything more from Zoran. Brought him back from the dead. I made a mistake doing that. And I might have to be the one to rectify it later. But that's it. It's over. No more clinging on to the past, no more looking for closure I'll never get.
We gave you that closure. You still chose to do this.
I'm the reason he got exiled. I thought I could give him his life back.
I wish it were that simple.
Me
Your heart
too.
was in the right place, but
I know, and now I've just made a bigger mess of things. Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm going to be present 100% at your side.
good. I need you to not be in constant survival mode with me. Other people don't matter.
Survival mode is the only thing I know. You know that.
We have to know something else if we're going to last. You have to be willing to open and heal.
Okay.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I know. I know you hurt. But I can't help if you don't talk. Come here and go to sleep. I'll just scoop her. Little spoon her. I love you. Hold on to that. All right.
Am I still seeing Josh's brain, by the way? Can I remove myself so I can go to sleep?
This whole conversation.
Or is that still fucking with me while I'm trying to sleep?
It was enough that we got like a sweet visual of him smashing together his life with Ashley and his Iraq War stuff, I think, and because I was gonna do some cool other shit, but this was way better. The CW drama was way better. So we don't need the other thing. We already got the cool visual of like the tank or the Humvee driving down the keyboard. We don't need that.
I think the last thing she says before they go to bed is, I think we need to focus back on the things we were dealing with, moon cult shit, and I need to go kick some ass, and I have some ideas about where we could start.
I could certainly use some catharsis myself.
Let me tell you about the compound.
Someone who deserves to be stabbed and or fireballed, maybe both.
No, I was in a little bit of a mood for diablerie, so
maybe not that. God damn it!
My sire deserves it.
That's not the point. It's bad
Says
for
the guy who wants to diablerize his own sire.
No,
Come on, let's be real.
I do. You know better than I do. Not. I'm going to.
You're a liar if you haven't fantasized about it even a little bit. Come on.
I haven't. Literally, have not.
Okay, fine. Then maybe I'll diablerize her sire too as a treat. And she's just shit-eating grin.
This is
laughing.
why our relationship is strained.
I'm not actually going to diablerize her sire. Mine's still fair game though.
No. God damn it.
Yeah. No.
You see what did to Ashley? Fuck.
Yeah, okay. I might think about it twice. No, but seriously, the compound might have some leads on some moon cult shit. I was thinking I did some information gathering, and we can grab some maps, layouts of the building. We can figure out what's there. Remind me again, ST, if like I saw something in my shared senses hopping about like Ambrose Creed and Robert being related or not. I don't remember if that was a thing or not. Like they were all in the moon cult shit, right?
They are in the moon cult shit. I don't know if y'all have linked it all yet, like on screen.
Well, I mean, I probably would have been the only person who had the opportunity to link it to them.
I don't remember, and my
compound.
My mega notes are destroyed. So roll a d10.
No,
luck
that's
check.
fair.
We'll see. Just luck check it. It's as likely you have as not. Like, so just roll it.
Okay. Sorry, it's just a d10, right?
No. Yeah, it's just
a luck
a d10.
check. I rolled a 1.
No, you haven't made the link.
Yeah. I mean,
That
there's
one
something.
job, and
one job, the whole session.
Yeah.
Well, in any case,
That's the thing is, like, Ambrose Creed has been like largely off camera this whole time, and hasn't done like anything proactive that you know of. Like,
no, nobody knows about that. That's in the shadows, sort of thing. But yeah, Sasha's like, I've been going back and I've been sneaking around, getting intel, so that might be.
That's so cool. Reminds me of like Static Shock, that like dope. Sorry, we're having a sidebar conversation here.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is just maybe we could refocus into common goals like moon cult shit or something, and that would be
we need to get
really
back on track
helpful.
to figure out what's going on. I've got Wretch on rescue Nosferatu duty.
Oh, good. I was genuinely concerned about those guys. I just, they have never done a thing wrong, as far as we know. Like,
we gotta find Ashley, and then I guess we'll go beat up your sire, but not eat him. Thank you.
Okay, fine. A little sire violence.
We can kill the fuck out of him. That's fine. We just can't eat him.
All right. We're good. I'm not. I'm gonna.
I suppose you're fake, sire. What's that? Never mind. We'll figure it out tomorrow.
Okay. Good night. And they fall asleep cuddling?
Yep.
Yeah, they fall asleep cuddling.
Cuddle arguing, but yes.
It's more of just like mumbled protests of like,
hey, spooning is highly underrated. Says the like demisexual, and no one was surprised.
It's hard. It's hard to tell whether Sasha is.
I was ready for you to go rated R, y'all. By the way, I'm like, here's your moment if you need it.
Nope.
I mean, we can go to black.
We didn't need it.
I don't need like gritty.
No, we faded to black the first time. We always fade to black.
It was just established. Like she rolls up the nylon or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Rory's still a little too mad at her to give her what she wants.
So I'm letting y'all. Yeah, I'm giving you some leeway. So I want to cut back to Ashley's. So we have. I know Ashley like collapsed on the floor, but there was like one. The thought's gone. The question's gone. It was like that's what it was. So, sort of like, like a camera panning down a tunnel, or not a tunnel, like a hallway, right, or down a staircase. Down the staircase, and does that thing where it goes down the staircase until it goes upside down, and then it's going panning up type thing. Pre-embrace Ashley on the table, who said on purpose and out loud she's cool with chilling here a little bit longer. I want to have the last scene be of her. You are a great GM yourself, a fantastic podcaster, a wonderful creative, and a good friend.
Pretty cool.
How would you end this scene if our last shot is of her on the table? Like, no William in sight, because William was like a extension of the Static Man antagonizing, right? So it's just like this sort of, we're getting this like lens inside Ashley in essence, and or a flashback. Like, we don't know. It's nebulous. It's not explained because explanations are overrated and they're anathema to the poetry of mystery and fear and proper storytelling. So I want to put this scene in your hands. Okay.
Okay. I have a question, mechanics-wise, for something. How are mages awakened?
Ooh. So high stressful period, like something. So it can be puberty. It can just be something as simple as puberty. Turns out puberty is really stressful, by the way, y'all.
Thanks.
But it's like a stressful situation, a dire situation, like a bad day at work can do it. So it's usually a high stress situation or puberty or things like along those lines. Sometimes you have like a dual, like a faux awakening, and then you properly awaken later on. So like you have like the gift when you're young, or you have a sign of a gift, like you have a thing that you have your gift, your talent, like the kid who always says
Can you force it?
Yes, because obviously you can force somebody into a high tension situation, like say torturing them on a table.
Yeah, I think mortal Ashley.
I'm going to give you full creative control of this scene, by the way. If you want Ashley to summon a meteor onto somebody's head, okay? Like, I want you to, this is your, like, go ham. And the implication of this scene shouldn't have been Static Man alternate reality, by the way. This was, okay, this was something else, all right?
Yeah.
So, go ham, all right.
I think she remembers the stories that her grandmother had told her, and how she would say, dear, you're going to awaken one day and be just like your mother and I. You have to prepare for that. You have to prepare for the sight. You have to prepare for the sycophants coming to ask you questions. It's just rattling around in Ashley's head. And she says to herself, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. And then she kind of lifts her head up and like bashes it backwards onto the table. And she feels like a little bit of blood on the back of her head. And she kind of like lays in it and kind of like moves her head to the side and kind of like spreads it out. Because she also remembers another thing that her grandmother would say. Blood makes the most potent application for magic. And I think with that, she just calls on her ancestral blood while spilling her own. Says, I'm ready. 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 Grandmother, come to me.
All right.
And then it goes to black.
Yeah, I'm going to say right before it goes to black, one of her shackles just like opens. If you're cool with that.
Yeah.
Nice little, yeah. All right, cool. So, who have you been?
Hi, everyone. Hi, I'm Shelley Von Miller. I've been playing Ashley Dame, the Ventrue Primogen of Chicago. And fun fact, Ashley was supposed to be a mage before she got turned by William, her dead sire / ex-husband. You can find me everywhere on the internet at Shelley Von Miller. You're currently on my channel, on Twitch.
Really?
On Twitch. Yeah, you can find me everywhere on the internet at Shelley Von Miller. I have a podcast called After the Table, a TTRPG podcast where I talk to actual plays and people in the actual play sphere about their games, about production, about and just like nerding out about TTRPGs, you can find it on all podcasting platforms. And yeah.
Metal. Speaking of all podcasting platforms, Anne, how's it going?
Oh wow,
Segue game.
that was something else. I
invented a bad segue game.
I feel the need to apologize for Sasha's extra unhinged behavior, but
Never
anyway,
apologize.
Mostly sorry to Michael and Rory. Oh,
hi. Apologize to Rory, absolutely. I'm fine.
No, actually, just Rory. I don't apologize to Michael ever.
I know.
Hi, I'm Anne. I was playing Sasha, aka she who makes bad decisions. You can find me on Bluesky now because I don't use X. Yeah, and I have a Beacons page in the description. Just yeah. You can, if you really want to find me, you can find me. I'm also on Discord, in the chat gang Discord, so I'm easy enough to find.
Speaking of easy to find, how's it going, Michael?
that wasn't a very bad segue. But
Yeah,
yes,
it wasn't
hello.
bad.
Look, the bad segue game giveth, and the bad segue game taketh away.
Yes. I am Michael. I've been Rory, who, additional fun fact, is also supposed to be a mage. It's a weird theme we have in this game.
It's like Rob's potential is like a big theme across even with Sasha and her like art stream.
Yeah.
Fun.
Yes, but you can find me all over the interwebs at Sub-Zero Jalapeno. I do have a Beacons. It's on Twitter. I need to probably put it on Bluesky, but I am lazy and haven't done that yet. So, yeah.
Relatable.
But speaking of being lazy and haven't done that yet, Andrew, tell us about
Let's go!
Also a weirdly duplicable segue. I haven't done that thing where I come back to streaming, appropriately yet, but I am Meph or Andrew or the magical Mr. Mephisto if you're not into the whole brevity thing. I'm your resident spooky kid, your demi-lich putting the demisexual and demi-lich, allegedly IRL demi-lich, that is. I used to say I'm a variety streamer and a man obsessed with all kinds of storytelling, written, podcasting, et cetera, but I haven't been variety streaming and podcasting of late. So I would like to fix that going forward in these next couple months. You can find me on Twitch at Mr. MR _ Mephisto, or all of the socials at Mephisto Mori. Twitter, Blue Sky, I think the Instagrams, the Instas, and so on and so forth. I don't know. I don't spend a ton of time on social media these days, which is an unfortunate conundrum because you have to grow your brand and so on and so forth. But I'm unapologetically myself, it turns out, and that just ruins the whole branding thing. So I do that stuff. I want to stream more. I've got a bunch of horror games I want to stream. I've been playing the Silent Hill remake offline. It's actually great. Silent Hill 2. One of my favorite games of all time, and the remake is holding up. So that's cool. Trivia. You should watch Shelly more, though, and enough about me. But yeah, I thank you for watching tonight. If you made it this far,
I'm so sorry.
Remember to like and subscribe because those things are free and they support people. So, follows are free. Do that. But most importantly, remember to drink your milk, pay your taxes, take care of yourselves and each other, especially now. Be surprised how much, pending your garden, can help out in dire situations and stuff. You can't fix the world immediately, so but you can really help that person struggling. Your friend, your neighbor, person who lives down the block, or that one person online that you just hit it off with, whatever it is. Be careful with online relationships, right? We're all kind of pruning who we are on the internet, but you get what I'm saying is pick a fire, a small one. Take care of yourselves and each other.
Yeah. Take a page from Rory's book and hug your friend, whether or not they have a crush on you.
Yo, hugs are dope, it turns out. Like, they actually, help the serotonin.
I felt things. I felt some things, just like, whew.
But yeah, remember, drink your milk, pay your taxes, take care of yourselves and each other, and we'll see you next week. Same vampire time, same vampire place. Good night.
Possibly different vampire. No, not you. You're out of town again next week. Same vampire.